DRG 首选 FunPlus 先选的进攻。
Okay, I woke up a little bit late today, so we're doing something a bit weird, where I'm gonna try to catch up to live. I'm about 40 minutes, I think, behind live at the moment. So we're gonna watch this game, skip through some of the... we're basically doing a VOD review for the first, like, 30 minutes, maybe? And then hopefully we'll be caught up to live for map 2. So we'll have a look at what's going on. Alright, so a double smokes, double initiator composition. Very similar to what Na'Vi was running here from DRG. And of course, FPX playing their crazy ass comp. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. I know I'm behind the times. I know people are going to be telling me constantly that this is not live. I understand that. We're going to catch up to live for map 2. Yeah, so FPX are running triple smokes, Yoru Gecko, which strikes me as a completely bizarre composition to be running on this map. But that's just FPX things. I'm not gonna go mad about it. That's how they roll. DFM versus PaperX Grand Final. What are you talking about? Okay. Chin looking strong today, thank you. Thank you, very strong Chin. You know, I'm going to skip this eco round as well. Oh, I'm going to skip most of the setup for it. I mean, you can understand the concept of what FPX are going for, which is like mostly just flashing, teleporting into smokes, forcing the other team to take fights into them by playing around the smokes. I think though, I mean there we see double flash comboed, Yoru flash with the Gecko flash to try to take some mid control. And everything's smoked off. So they have flashes, they have smokes. That's the whole comp. And they have gap closing with the teleport into the smokes, so they've got something a little extra. Spruce Tree, thank you for the 12 months, and Kraken with the plan, thanks for the 5 months as well. That's just crazy unlucky for life. That's crazy unlucky. No Sova, no win. Sova seems very good on this map, yeah. Common Corp are getting away with it. To some degree. I mean, I guess they lost to Na'Vi as well. And I guess technically they did also lose to Vitality, but like, man, that game was insanely close. Is China actually a good region in the current year? Yeah. I mean, I don't know about the average level. Maybe the average level is still the lowest. I'm not totally sure. To be honest, that might be EMEA. But nice, okay. But generally, like, yeah, they look competitive. They look fairly similar to some of the others.
枪械有得到升级，但是寻敌剑射出之后，并没有探得太多的有效信息。奖励分尝试去下枪吧。
EMEA though, we haven't seen heretics yet. And Vitality and Karma Corp did look really good, but some of the teams towards the middle and the bottom didn't look great. Alright, so let's have a look. Another brawl towards mid. So the defenders here kind of being forced to play a 1-2-2, you know? If you just leave mid completely open on your defense, they're just going to run down it. So you have to at least provide some resistance. So that's why they're throwing recon and spam and that kind of stuff. But it does leave B very weak. They've just got this one jet holding over towards B. And of course now they've lost somebody in mid. And they've got Gecko ult. And so this looks very difficult here for T-Virus Luke to be able to get anything done. Did you go to casting school? I'm afraid no such thing exists. It's a nice flash. Oh, and a decent attempt at trying to make that Gecko ult fly up. Luke's done a fantastic job there. You see the help utility that's thrown from flexing? So once he uses his cloud burst there, Luke, there's a Astro Smoke that pops up for him to play inside as well. And he's able to dash out and get another. ，These smokes though, FPX playing around them, knowing all of these little angles. But Nick does a great job. Very good patience from DRG there. Just waiting out the, I think I said DRG, I meant FPX playing around the smokes. But DRG waiting out the smoke timings really nicely. Same defensive setup here for DRG. They were waiting for that. And they were just waiting for a little bit of spam and hoping that they tagged them for 100. And it works. Flexin's playing real aggro over here, trying to get in front of the Viper wall so that he doesn't get blocked off. And potentially lurked on. Like, you'd really like to make sure that all of FPX are only on the right-hand side of this. Otherwise, you have to keep the choke perma-smoked on B. And that's a pretty big loss. Perma-smoked on A, sorry. Luke with the Jorgamo buy. DRG look like a solid F tier team. They're playing a lot better. They're playing much more like their Shanghai performance than their off-season performance. These guys could not find a win in the off-season. I promise you, in the off-season, they were playing like the second worst team in China. Maybe the third worst team. I didn't really understand why, though.
爆能器是能顺利安置的，而且这一轮枪线的补给非常的丰厚。宝剑怎么办？一个零点秀弹探出来2个。
Alright, so they know there's 2 players on site. Spirit face checks the smoke, and I guess now they know where one of them is. But Lin catches flexing on the flank. Oh, Vukashu gets away with that. Oh, Vukashu's got great movement to get up top there. Unfortunate that he drops down on the other side of the smoke. Vukashu also took a ton of damage at the beginning of the round. They struggled in that round, I think, to be able to dig out Life and Ayang from these smoked off positions on B. And B's a little weak here, and I think FPX are starting to recognize that they're only holding with T-Virus Luke at the beginning of these rounds on B. Putting 2 players over towards mid and 2 players over towards A is fine, but FPX are starting to realize the weakness. Then again, they didn't run an exec, they just tried to walk in. They just walked in and gave him a rifle. Why is Berlin just walking through that smoke instead of calling for a B exec? Okay, well, there goes the rifle. Oh no, it doesn't. Sorry. Vukashu has one as well. It's a strangely weak defense here for DRG because they're forced to put so much attention into mid. They need to run around coming up where they do something aggressive on the outsides of the map. I mean, look how weak it looks on A when Flexin actually gets pressured. Because Flexin's trying to play so far forwards in front of the Viper wall, this is such a weakness for them. And then they only have 1 player, the Jet, defending on B, so that's an enormous amount of pressure on Luke. And honestly, they're not even set up that well for the mid-fight. At the moment, they've been doing a decent job of being able to get value out of Luke and retake B, and that's where some of these rounds have come from. But otherwise, it's looking like FPX's setup is hard to handle for DRG's no Senti comp. Want to go Harbor and get Cove on this map instead of Viper? To be honest with you, I'm not sure I can give proper compositional analysis of FPX. they're playing triple smoke and 2 like, you know, flash initiator duelist kind of things. So I don't know. Maybe it's because they wouldn't want to go through their own harbor utility, and a lot of their game plan is about going through their own smokes util. Because the pre-existing synergies here are that you teleport into and then flash out of many smokes. So was this supposed to be... Sorry, let me go back. Was this supposed to be an A fake? Or were they supposed to commit to this? And if it was a fake, why is Yosemite fighting it so damn hard? I'm not really sure. I mean, it's not like they took good space on B. They realized it's a B fake already, and there's a smoke in their face. The overall strategy always seems like alright from FPX, but the tactics always seem half-baked as fuck. Like this round, I don't know what was Berlin cooking. Supposed to be an A fake into a B hit? If that's the case, why not wait until later in the round when you actually have mid control and you can really heavy threaten this and already have people posted here? What's the difference between strategy and tactics? Strategy is your overall idea of what you're doing. So, for example, in this case, it's for FPX. We have smokes, we have flashes. We're going to broadly speaking be going into our smokes, flashing out of them, setting up Life and Aang into more aggressive positions. Another point of their strategy seems to be we're going to be mid-defaulting at the start of these rounds, and that's going to make the sights weaker, and then maybe we can exploit the sights. Those are strategic ideas. They're big picture ideas. Tactics are like, we are going to run an A fake. You are going to have this timing. You are going to have this timing. You're going to throw this piece of util. Do you know what I mean? It's basically big picture versus detail. So little info on the FPX comp for defense too? Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't know what the FPX is really going to be doing on the defense side. Just smoking all over the place and hoping that they can get kills on DRG as they pop through them, I think. Yeah, tactics are the small picture combinations, yeah. A tactic is a sequence of moves that's going to generate you an advantage. A strategy is more to do with your plan. I mean, to some degree, macro versus micro, but micro also includes stuff like mechanics, which you wouldn't call tactics. But yeah, from a thinking point of view, the micro thinking tends to be the tactical thinking. Unfortunately, in regular vernacular, people think of them as being synonyms for each other, which is unfortunate because it kind of muddies the water when you're trying to disambiguate. Long time no hog. Are the tables okay? Keep cranking north. You let AI take that message over, Swap Briar, or what? Huh? What happened with that one? Yeah, Yoru is very powerful at the moment. Rice Gum Stanks. Takes a bit more setting up than Jet, but is also able to apply criminally large amounts of pressure. So look, FPX are not applying as much like focus on mid. They're still throwing their smokes at the start. They're still throwing some util, but they're actually much earlier in the round starting to group up to hit sights now, hoping that DRG will still be keeping attention on mid. So they're hoping they can catch B here with only Luke and maybe a helper. Now DRG have actually pulled off mid and read this pretty nicely. So they're able to get 2 players helping Luke. They're able to fight in front of the Cosmic Divide. And that spike, I was going to say it's completely lost, but actually that's a beautiful pit to try to recover it. Look at that pit. Thrown from safety, extending all the way into the site. Oh, what a read. What a read from Luke that they were going to be on that timing picking up the spike. Oh, they're just getting spammed. Yeah, I'm taking a break before EMEA. I'm going forwards so that we catch up to live in map 2. And then we'll watch EDG play against XLG, which should be actually a really good game. Not that this one isn't so far. But I think the other one will actually be a bit higher level. Drink water, my dear egg. I don't actually have any with me right now, but yeah, that's a good point. I will do next time we have a break. Too high in mid F tier is aging really well. They're playing a lot better than they did in the off season, yeah. That's nice. Paranoia into the clone. Causes the second flash. One of the first times that we've seen FPX really go for this big B idea. That was a nice tactic that worked well for FPX, as much as I normally talk about them not being that great with them. Luke's doing a great job of getting this back into a 1v1. Without the wingman, it's actually pretty tough for Aang to play this. If Heretics aren't good, EMEA is a one-team region? Nah. Okay, first of all, Heretics will be good. It's a bad premise. Foot are also probably going to be good. And KC and Vitality have both been good as well. BBL have actually been decent too. The problem is that things underneath BBL are not looking great. Another heavy mid-focus default here. Watch Foot lose to Liquid today? Nah. They might make it close, but nah. Defaulting towards mid and taking all of this space, or at least threatening, has put 3 players looking towards mid. This is the perfect timing here for Berlin to be trying to go into B. But they pull off mid very quickly, and FPX are never sending a lurk this way. And because they're never lurking mid, look, these players can now fully focus on the B defense. Oh, that's nice though. That's so silly. Okay, they get him. The shorty usage in China continues to be good. So we saw Soveralt coming through there as well to be able to gain a pick. We also saw them take an angle from here up over the top to be able to kill another. So now 3v2 for FPX. They know there's only one player pushed up close here. Aang is isolated, and Spirit does a great job of picking off Yosemite first, knowing that one of them would swing to defend. Can Berlin win this one? Battle of the Pools. Ooh, flexing gets half. That's actually really good. You have to get off this. You can't afford to get spammed while you're vulnerable. Wow. Yeah. I think there's way too many players still playing offsite in situations like that. I mean, then again, that wouldn't really make a difference even if the ping system existed. That's still just a random spray, basically. Like, Berlin knows where he should roughly be spraying. It's just that you can be sat up on the top of the box, you can be sat as far away. I mean, you could have a small criticism there of FPX that they didn't actually plant on top of the railing. So they made it more difficult for them to clutch. Alright, 6-6 half.
可是3烟面对
需要在落的3家，
机会换出一些技能。
A lot of ghosts. Holy shit. 9 ghosts? 9?
看的是前点，没有照到点内的3个人。
给无人机吗
Me when I'm German and I can't believe it. 9?
无人机，只有巡逻舰。
前是鬼魅，哇，正面直接被刷完了。
Well, there you go.
哇，这一颗消散啊，很好的蒙
They're all
蔽掉
gone.
了对手啊。给到DRG的反应，他们第一
They
时
just
间
tried to kind of contact in, and we didn't get to see the exec.
贴到前点之后打一波爆发。
像4处的取胜
之后来到了40，把局势稍微稳定一下。现在首相局的胜率也是大大提升，因为其实基数会比较少，他们前面只有2场 BO3的一个对阵，
是
直接提升来到了45。
不过这一轮DRG由于上分没有安包，他们2把正义已经是极限了。勇蟒侠的存在，而且方巴斯很尊重，这4把长枪起出来，直接飞到包点之后 ，Life 有一个
DRG are in very deep here.
但丢丢下来的
Alright, Aang makes an extremely unusual play there. Flooding in 1v5 onto the site with no assistance from anywhere else. Why not wait for, like, the rest of the team to be trying to get through CT? You have Yoru Flash to get through this smoke. You have Gecko Flash to get through that smoke. Why would you toss your life away like that?
拿到了左侧的站位信息，队友好像帮不太到。哇，这确实
2v3. I think probably DRG have not done enough there.
还有变数，还有变数。
Yeah.
可惜的是在
Unfortunate.
这波穿射上面来说
That was close. That was a close one to working out for DRG.
但是问题来了。
So on the defense side here, we've got Viper Wall here, which is interesting because it allows you to rotate much more easily. They also have the potential for a one-way here, smokes down here, smokes on site. They could put a smoke here as well. The amount of smokes that they can use on defense to set themselves up for either decent fights or better rotates is good, but of course it is. They're running 3 smokes, agents. Why are we contacting in? There's so much util. Why are you contacting? They literally only have smokes to fight you. Why would you contact through smokes? I don't get it, DRG. There's a gap in the mid wall? Is there? Looks alright to me.
但是点内现在绕后的队员也快要到了。
DRG 要快，要赶紧处理点内的枪线。
Need to see it on camera.
架枪非常精准，现在还保持了很好的血量。
Are FPX still gonna win this?
正面只需要保护就行。绕后两队员都到了。
He sat and read the Bible for 3 hours instead.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
绕后的两队员都到了。
Life on the flank. Oh my god.
但还好，我看是着急出来补枪啊。
Okay.
没有端稳，而 Life 第2轮的加枪是没有。
Okay, that's a huge bonus round for them to be able to convert for FPX there. That was a bad decision from DRG to try to do a contact play into A. I gotta stop seeing them do that. What the hell is this smoke doing?
这是因为对面3烟阵容体系嘛。
That's a weird one.
自己也是一个双烟。
Please don't contact into A again.
个控场位，这烟。
But also, yeah, Life got onto the flank really quickly because they double pushed out through B. And then Ayang hit some nice shots and didn't just feed into the site again.
毕竟这一分是1口，能安包就已经完成了一半的任务了。
Famlas 也很谨慎，在对面叫完暂停之后，选择没有人站在点内，想打一个5v5的回防，发挥自己的枪械优势。
对，也是同样在防止掉枪，毕竟 Life 手上有个神鬼不绝，点内不怕你站人的。
去看这波回防的技能处理了，一旦丢丢全部用来找人。
神鬼不绝都不交，释放效果还不错，那个粘了一个，他这把中一啊！但是我看出侧，哇
What? What?
但丢丢全部用来找人。
神鬼不绝都不交，释放效果还不错。
How is Nick hitting that? Blinded by the... What a ridiculous round. Nick is full blind from Dizzy, gets a headshot kill with the Sheriff. We see a Kalat Bucky kill in here as well. That's a crazy round. That is a crazy round. It's actually true, by the way. In an interview, Cortesia reveals that he cannot warm up before the match against 100 Thieves. We went in cold. For me, it's very sad because as I use the full stretched res, I ended up discovering today I wouldn't be able to warm up because I can't use the res in the prac room. Are they allowed to use it on stage? We arrived 3 hours before the game and go warm up. Everyone playing DM. I asked the guys at Riot and they said it was impossible to do it. I needed the administrator password to use Device Manager and they wouldn't let me. I literally spent 3 hours before the game doing nothing. I read my Bible, listened to music, but I couldn't warm up. I know people were using True Stretch last year and people were pogging about it, but what did those players do in the warm-up? What the fuck is going on here over here? This is insanity. This is insanity. I mean, picking a resolution that you can't... I mean, fair enough. He didn't realize you couldn't warm up with it. But, like... You got to start weaning yourself off that if you can never use the warm-up PCs. But also, why are the warm-up PCs not able to use the same res as the gaming, like the stage PCs? None of this makes sense. Warm-up without it? I mean, Cortesia made a decision that he would rather not mess with his muscle memory by using a different res. I mean, guy like me thinks that's purely a psychological difference. Guy like me thinking that is pure placebo effect. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of this game that is psychological. And if he didn't want to throw himself off, then okay, that's a decision he made. But how are we in the position where players are making that decision? What the hell's going on? What did has anybody responded to that saying like, oh yeah, like has Tens responded to this and been like, oh yeah, I couldn't warm up all last year on True Stretched either? Like, what? How is this the first time we've heard about this? It doesn't make sense. It's not like Cortesia is the only guy that wanted to use True Stretch.
但是正面怎么办？时间已经所剩不多了，打出一个闪光 ，Spirit 和 Vokasu 一人一个，放出假身之后踢到中路，现在有人低爆博尔假逼，这已经来不及了。
没错，时间上来说消耗太多了，因为 Life 第一时间是想要去绕后的，打掉弗勒星之后，虽然说能够回到正面去用神鬼捕猎找到好的站位，
没有一个人能
地区无人能够帮的情况。
真的打得很果断，也很有冲劲。
He good for the game, just not the warm-up PC, right? But why? But like I say. How have other players who use True Stretch never run into that issue? Or if they have, why hasn't it been actioned, fixed, or anything?
他想做英雄，没有办法，因为在没有技能可用的情况下面，架第一枪位可能是一个更好的选择。
Scream swapped his res before an official and missed all of his lineups. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, you are right with that one. You're right with that one.
因为经济没有很好。
超杀开在前点，回收还要10秒。现在看来，其实
Gecko retake catches onto the jet. Can anyone provide assistance? Spirit. Nice. Spirit actually bought enough time for Luke to come back online. That's a good Gecko, good molly there. Mosh came over and moshed this area, so you can't spam down this lane. It's a nice idea from FPX, but they didn't manage to get onto Luke or Spirit. Trade them out well at all. No, that was not Common Corp. That was Liquid.
收代数这个 KO 没钱，人中站不住，点后回防不了，那只能最后前推。但是这一轮好像又没有抓到人。
Okay, so we saw this on the pistol round. That time it was actually only a double push. This time it's a triple push out through B from FPX. And they managed to set up a really good flank. Was that on the pistol? Maybe it wasn't on the pistol. Maybe it was like round 2. No, it was on the bonus round or something. Yeah, it was bonus round. So they send Luke in, looking pretty solid. They then re-flash themselves back in, maybe expecting Aeyang to do some crazy shit from heaven. Now, when do they start thinking about the flank? Flexin has used his astral form, so presumably will not get timinged inside of it again. Has a player to play off? Oh, whiffs horribly. Horrible whiff. Completely missed his first bullet, even though Vukashu was baiting for him. They need to force the fight against Berlin, and Berlin isn't letting them. This is rough for DRG. And they just hit all the shots. Luke bails them out with a 2K. There's no time here anyway. What do you think forced Viper out of the meta so hard? The power of double sentinel and double initiator going up, basically. Double initiator power has gone up because you got Teho and you can do really cool things with Teho Breach, or I mean, some people using slightly different stuff. And then the power of double sentinel with Vice Deadlock. And some other stuff that people are running, but a lot of Vice in particular has just gone up dramatically. So you now just have more options, whereas before they also nerfed the crap out of Viper because she was oppressive. But Viper's still okay, it's just that the power level of other stuff has also gone up. Alright, so they meet too much resistance over towards the A site, and they decided to go for a rotate. So we're still seeing them try to play catch up. I'm not really seeing Life do too many of these cross-map teleports, at least from what I've noticed. Most of the success they've had is when they push out forwards on defense. Yeah, moving the orb around, I said it at the time, I'll say it again, not a fan of that change where you can't move the orb. I think it really limited creativity. If they were to undo any nerf to Viper, that would be the one that I would want to see. Alright, so now they're going back into a re-hit with the Cosmic Divide. They're out. They don't have flashes to be able to work off here. No flashes at all, so they're not going to push through this wall. They're going to retreat. And that means that these three smokes players are going to have a fucking field day trying to throw smokes onto this and defuse it. Autumn's got a smoke up. Smoke onto the spike. Yoru flash forwards. Oh my god, they didn't look at flexing. Oh my god, they didn't look at flexing. But they're sticking! They're sticking! Oh my god, they just random spam into the smoke. That's unlucky for FPX. Everything FPX did there should have worked. They slowly took space, they smoked the spike, they put pressure forwards, the flash is good, and they just didn't look at Flexin, who was tucked into a tiny little corner, like a little rat corner between a couple smokes. And he wins the round for them, kind of like Kicks in the game KC versus Vitality. Viper ult locking down this area. I'm surprised we're not seeing DRG go for the flash recon in mid. But this is the same composition that Na'Vi were running, basically. And it might be the exact same. I can't remember what smokes agents they were running. But it might be the exact same. And it just makes it impossible for somebody to be playing in that kind of spot. Or at least it makes it impossible for them to be playing in that spot before you have the angle. Safe with the slow walking Teho drone. Dude, it's so funny looking. Berlin might have been caught out there. No, just dodged the recon. Yeah, triple controller composition by FPX. Looked alright on the attack side. On the defense, I mean, it ensures that you have a smokes player left alive to try to get onto the spike. Oh, that's nice. That was actually lovely. Did you see how he got in there behind the Viper wall? Throws out his clone and then pops through and can double swing with one of his teammates. They don't use wingman to defuse, but I don't think it matters. Now that was really lovely. That was really lovely. Great usage of the Viper wall there, getting Yoru behind it to be able to come out. You've got potentially wingman, smokes, all sorts of things to go for the defuse. I'm not really noticing them using the wingman for the defuse though. Maybe because their composition is so util light from the initiators and they need some kind of drone to be able to clear spots. What's the best double controller combo? Omen Astra on this map, in my opinion. But Carmen Corp are having a lot of success running Harbor Astra, and it doesn't look bad when they play it. And honestly, it didn't look bad when Leviathan played the Harbor last year either. But I think Omen Astra is the most versatile. I'll rant about some US politics stuff later, Shinji. I'm not ignoring it, but let me get through this stuff first, and then when we have a break, we can talk about the fall of Rome.
A 点看那个猎枭，其他人呢打 B 了。这一轮 B 区的站位点内好像也不太好扛，飞了下。
Hello, where was that cloudburst going?
尼克在锁定柏林的站位之后，哇，有3MT 也没顶住。
这样 Autumn 只能选择退了，过点位也是抽了一些血量，但队友还没有到。而且 Life 在找人的过程当中已经把神鬼不绝给用掉了，这波回
hard anchoring with this composition. I feel like there could be some ways of doing it inside of smokes, but you have so little counter utility to throw. You just kind of sat there in your smokes like, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. Also, Luke is frying. What's he at? Like 22 kills? Yeah, 21 and 17. I guess Life is also got a lot of kills, but Luke feels like he's maybe getting them a bit more impact.
因为 Life 是一个轻甲出的门
，4个人都是一枪蟒侠直接带走。
但 Life 的这波前顶也可能会让。
I also have a casting related question. Will you later have a chatting session, Sire? Yeah, for sure.
是藏在了前点处，然后身后的队友2个人在支架。
If you have a casting related question, it probably won't end up in me snowballing into more and more and more, whereas if we get onto America, we will. So, I can do casting questions whenever. They're normally fairly self-contained. Got a really aggro position here. That looks like it might get cleared. No, flexing going the opposite direction. Has he heard him? He must have heard the Astra run away. At some point here, they're going to start rotating to A, right? Based off that? Alright, well, maybe now they will as soon as they get KO ulted. Again, Life does not have a teleporter set up over here. Doesn't have a fast rotate going on. I guess maybe it doesn't matter because they're playing set retakes anyway. They're not flooding. But it seems strange to me to be running Yoru on the defense side and not have a teleport set up so that you have like a reaction in the opposite direction. Look at those flashes though. The Yoru Gecko combo. Not many people going for it on Abyss, but it's working.
但是在这个最后一分还要起轻甲吗？来看一下吧，还好 DRG 这边是没有任何蟒侠或者数位的出现啊。
是。 不过，这终结比赛的一次机会给到DRG之后，他们一定会加倍珍惜，特别是。
I was wondering which matches you will be casting. Can't remember off the top of my head.
Life 这次是。
Oh, what the hell's going on there? What the hell is that? Oh my god. Life whiffed and then Luke whiffed just as badly trying to get the trade. Oh, that's so nice. Look at them. They were pushing the smoke there with double shorties from both directions. They've got a great idea of how they want to counter just people playing inside smokes like that. Goodbye. 3v3. Luke's angle is quite a nice one. If you want to play onside post plants, this is a cool way of being able to play off a teammate. Stun into the Gecko Molly is a really nice idea too. Little cooked up play there from FPX. And then they flash, try to fight. Nick flashes himself, but still gets the kill. And there you go. DRG win the map. Oh my god, and we're still nowhere near live. Holy fuck. Spoilers. At your local Deathspheres, it was 7-1. I thought we might catch up to live there. Not a chance. Okay. Any crazy compositions? Yes, of course we have crazy compositions. It's FPX. We have Astra Viper with a Phoenix. Okay. Strange. But again, basically the same idea, right? You have quite a lot of smokes and quite a lot of defensive utility from these two. And you're going to be able to throw haunts through them. And you're going to be able to throw flashes through them. And flash haunt. Use prowlers for space creation. Farm a lot of orbs onto life. He's already picked up one. And DRG need to try to handle that. Four-player stack from DRG over towards A, because I've heard a lot of stuff over towards A. They've seen the Phoenix pick up orb over towards A, and they have Luke giving them good info down B long. Oh, good wow! Good clearance into that corner, which is a weird place to clear. And then also, running into that corner was unexpected. I did not expect Life to run into his own Phoenix Molly there and try to take the fight from inside of it. Yeah, I've been skipping the buy phase, don't worry. Nice. Alright, well, it felt like DRG had the right read. I mean, just trying to greed the orb. Just that orb greed is literally to deny it away from Life. Life has also gone with the regen armor. So you have a Phoenix who's got a much better type of healing, and now also has regen armor. I mean, it seems pretty good. Seems like a good idea. I don't think that was an intentional clear onto in the pistol round, but I don't know what the hell else it was. You gain 30 seconds per round, and then you also gain during the tag timeouts, and then you also gain during the map break as well. In theory, you should catch up to Life fairly quickly. Yeah. Dude, actual fucking the YouTube chat are at it again. They're at it again. Are you even watching? Daddy, do you love me? Yes, I'm reading all of the chats, but I'm trying to focus on the game right now until we get to live. And then I have more breaks with which to interact with you all. No, I'm not going to play it at 1.25. Guys, relax. You're not missing anything. If you got FOMO and you want to watch live, there are other people doing co-streams of it live. And then just come back here once I catch up. Oh, they can swing in front of the smoke without hitting the trip.
15秒钟，暴龙器被击落，来不及转 A 了 ，A 点在快速回防。
Maybe they need to readjust that smoke in the future from flexing. Because they should not be able to get an angle in front of the smoke without breaking that unbreakable trip. Or not unbreakable, but like, you know, on one side it's tough to break. We are the losers club? You're not the losers club. Dude, I'm watching this stream on YouTube. YouTube is winning the streaming war at the moment. It keeps claiming a higher and higher piece of the pie away from Twitch. Oh my god, that's so lucky. Okay, well, not lucky enough. DRG with a bad economy. Bad economy. Why are they forcing into this? What am I looking at here? What is this eco? What is this eco? Why is my jet got a fucking... Oh, right, okay. The jet does have an outlaw. I thought the jet only had a classic there. Alright. That's not as bad as it looked. Maybe the UI was taking a while to update or something. It looked like 2 players were on full eco and the rest of the team had bought. Every single contracted YouTube streamer went back to Twitch, though? Yeah. What does that indicate to you? That indicates to me that YouTube feel like they accomplished their goal, which was to get a foothold. Get people's natural habits disrupted of thinking that streamers only exist on Twitch. And now they're happy to not have to pay to have people on the platform. They think people are just going to naturally use the platform. And guess the fuck what? A lot of people are. More people are multi-streaming than ever, and they're not getting paid for it. They spent the money to get people involved, and now they've got a bit of the momentum. They don't need to spend as much money anymore. YouTube don't give a fuck about streaming, Lamau? That's just so untrue, it's crazy. Okay, so... Wait, am I even allowed to say this, actually? You nearly baited me into leaking some stuff. But, okay, without giving you any, like, details, you can tell that, okay, the YouTube front page changed dramatically over the last couple years. Like, it started, it was kind of like the beginning of 2024, right? When was Madrid? Yeah, beginning of 2024. So like in the off season of 2023, end of 2023, YouTube did a lot of changes to its system. Integrating live into the channel page, pushing live streamers to the top of your subscription feed, pushing shorts and live feeds ahead of a lot of VOD content, and a lot of the algorithmic changes and the changes to the way that they presented your recommendations and the amount that they were pushing live viewers increased people's viewership on YouTube massively if they were live streaming. I mean, by like tens of percentage points. People are not streaming on YouTube now because it's like, I don't know, fun or some shit. They're streaming because they changed how many views you get on it. It used to tank your channel in terms of its, in terms of how much it pushed then the VOD content. Doesn't really do that anymore. It used to not really push live content at all. It would just get buried. It actually pushes it pretty aggressively now. And if you watch a streamer a lot, you get pushed their, like if you watch them live, you get pushed their VOD content. If you watch their VOD content, you get pushed their live. They've changed dramatic stuff on YouTube with regards to live streaming in the last year and a piece of change.
YouTube is okay, but it does not have bits, so it is objectively worse.
Well, for me, it's objectively worse for bits, yeah. Thank you, Kano. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, there's still a lot of stuff that YouTube doesn't do well. But it's definitely getting there, and I think eventually it's going to win. It has such a large market cap already in VOD content, in just like overall, not VOD content, I think that's the wrong way to think about it, but like, if you're bored and you want to click on a website, you know that you will find something on YouTube to interest you. You just fucking know it. Whereas when you click on Twitch, it's a gamble. You click on it and you're like, the people that I enjoy watching are not really live right now. Maybe you guys have such a diverse taste that Twitch always does it for you, but that's a big difference for a lot of people. Sometimes my depressed ass can't find things on YouTube that interest me. Yeah, Miles, I'm gonna hit you with the hard truth that ain't on YouTube. That's something that you're gonna have to work through, I'm afraid. Hello. Yeah. I fucked off. I gave you coffee and I fucked off. Do you want more food? I already made my own coffee. What do you mean? You wanted a second coffee? Yeah. Then ask for a second coffee. I am your errand boy today. Okay. We're out of milk. Yes. And at some point we need food. Yes, I'm gonna go shopping after I do this. Gotcha. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm on it. I'm on it. I am. You didn't never ask for a second cup of coffee. I can't mind read. I didn't know that you wanted a second cup of coffee. She's working on a sewing project today, and I told her I wasn't doing as much work because I wasn't sure whether I was going to do China today, and I've got EMEA at 5 o'clock. So I was like, oh, I'll look after you today, and that way you can just focus purely on your sewing project. So that was our deal. That was our agreement for today. But I do need the request. I can't just. I don't know what's. I don't know how many. Does she want a third cup after this? I don't think so. I think she normally only drinks 2. Luke went for the start on top of the box, updraft, drift across. But didn't hit the shot, and then flexing hits a collat.
而且这2把枪来不及处理，身边没有队友，柏林只能选择先带包走。
剩下3人的残阵选择把暴动器往 A 点带。
Copyright ID is egregious for streaming.
会看。会看吗？看了，好像看了，但是看的不是很完全。
You're right, it is.
都没有发现对方已经
Oh my god. Hold him slip through. You're right that it's bad, but also that's something that streamers have to also get used to, is that they can't be using copyrighted content. Like, YouTube's not got a great enforcement of it. It's too easy to copyright strike people, etc. It leans too far the opposite direction. But Twitch has been just existing in a world where it's been, broadly speaking, ignored for so many years that they've gotten away with it. It's not like Twitch has signed any great deals with like music labels to get people to legally use music on their streams. People get around it by doing the like extra music track and then muting it in the VOD. Like, you're still not legally allowed to use it on the live stream, but they just get around it.
张蟒侠在针对到当前第2季经济不足的情况之下，其实你要再去做一些
ASMR gets nuked for rain sounds all the time, even if they've paid for them.
这已经是 Life 的第3个再回一回了。
现在是上半场的第8个回合，比分1比6的情况下面，这第2季。
Because I mean, you do have to pay for those sound effects, and then you're supposed to. The way that it works, because I've done it before, is that normally you pay for a sound effect or a piece of music, and then you register the video that you're going to use it on, so that it whitelists it from being copyright identified. Now, sometimes those systems don't work. Hello, that C's hit the rooftop. Sometimes those systems don't work perfectly, but the idea of the system is like alright. Imagine copyrighting the rain. But it's not. It's your recording. You went out and spent the time recording something that sounds really good. If the ASMR artist wants to do that themselves, then they can. I mean, basically what you're arguing is that Foley is worth nothing. Foley artists do a great job. They should be paid for their time. Now, false copyright claiming and shit is broken and terrible. But Foley, F-O-L-E-Y, is the process of creating sound effects, often by using things that are not related to the actual sound. Like, for example, when somebody gets, like, ripped apart in a video game, often that's, like, peppers, apparently. Like green peppers and red peppers. Because they have a crunch, but they also sound a bit, like, juicy. Because obviously, like, someone has to make the sound effect for someone being ripped apart in a video game, and you can't rip a human apart and record that. Oh, that Viper. Oh. The vulnerable there, I think, is actually really important in how quickly they can get in and out of the cosmic divide without being punished. No, you can't rip people apart for sound effects. It's considered unethical. We're gonna skip mostly through this eco round. FPX at the moment are running them over. Surely naturally occurring rain sounds without further input aren't Foley though? I'm not sure that that's how they record rain. I don't think if you had a window and you just put a microphone next to it while it was raining, I don't think you would actually get rain noises. I suspect, though I don't know, that rain sound effect noise is probably produced in a different way. Like in an artificial way. They piss in a funnel. No, I don't think they piss. I don't think they're pissing in a funnel. I don't know what they do, but we'll see. With my shower? Possibly, but I don't think that would sound accurate either. I don't know.
相够硬啊，终于解决掉了有3比之后，这一轮有一定的守防优势。
10个回合了，终于
You can
是
shoot
抓到
people
了
on a movie set, apparently. I mean,
如果把对方
if you're being grossly negligent, I suppose.
但是卢克在存了这么多个回
DRG
合以后的
getting
明局第一场
owned
直接
out
空掉。
这4000的经济可是一笔大投入啊！
给我一个接口，有点远。
Rainbolt has a channel with rain noises. He says he records it at places he goes
拿到
to.
守方落位信息之后，这一轮
That's very
经济
nice.
应该是又没压力了。
看我卡住了。
Marvel uses bacon frying to make the rain sounds.
哇，这很
Bacon
难受。
fry.
想要过来帮忙的Nick也是直接被火焰穿倒。
It's so strange because, like, when you get told something like that, I'm like, no, that would sound like bacon frying. And then if I listen to it, it probably will sound like rain, and my brain will be fucking fried, like actual deep fry my brain.
因为我们从小地图可以看到，柏林在绕的位置应该是很难被发现的，这边拖住就行。
I mean, this is presumably over as
想走
well.
都不行啊。
Yeah.
还是没有选择去交战。
And another eco round.
中路的反清，枪法也是
Trying to fight aggro, but getting destroyed. 4v1. Dude, this is not close.
很够啊，看能不能够再争取一分吧。0点秀探扎前点。
This is not close.
想要把卢克送出去的。
这次卢克也是终于在 B 点做出了一些前顶的动作，但奈何对手在 B 区是有放半线的，也只能说是提前一点拿到对面要不要转点的信息。
FPX have got some nice ideas on this map. They're like util dump through B-Link was pretty good. And DRG are also just finding it really difficult to tell where they're going. They can't really contest A main very well against the Viper wall. Finding it tough to contest B as well because you just smoke it off and then they're there ready to exec. The Phoenix util and the Astra util are really good through the middle of the map as well. Oh my god. Life has drawn out a ton of utility there. And managed to get Spirits dead through trading out. I mean, Life does a really great job of taking space with his Phoenix ult in this round. He drew out the C's, he pushed them all towards the back of the site, made tons of space for FPX, got them into a 5v1. One player's slowly taking A main off the back of the Viper ult, Viper wall.
难想象。
13-6战胜了天路。
Luke's having an atrocious map.
战上 FunPlus 之后，特别是在经济的
Yeah, he's also just like they can't find opportunities to fight FPX before they get into their spots to run executes on them. Who's the best Chinese player at the moment?
注意这2根半线，要小心这2根半线。
闪光给出来，柏林剑锋插针抽了一个，但是藏在眼里之后，福乐星现在也没有办法做太多的补位。暴动机需要考虑去第一下把对方骗出来。
I do not know the answer to that question.
现在首方已经回防到位了，点后的这个交叉开火，如果是连续接住了2人，但是配合柏林的最后一发夺目
I don't know.
这个3杀到手
I don't know.
FunPlus 已经是锁定图2的赛点了。
而且很尴尬的一个点是，这第一波到中路单走的我开术之后，回到正面之
I
后，
mean, Chichu was very good,
他最
but
大的问题是近点的时候处理半线的时
I
间
don't know that he was.
导致其他的人又不敢钻烟，又不敢去安包，然后一
I
直
don't
等
know
到了
that he
对
was
方
the
的回防
best.
落位。
因为首先有人被中立之点吸住了，被火手感直接烫掉。
I mean, they're just slaughtering them. They're absolutely slaughtering them.
1-12。
Molly up and over the top.
好像是直接冲出去了。
哎呀，有人被中立之点吸住了。
Into the pull. I mean, look at that. They absolutely wrecked them.
效果也很一般。
They killed Flexin with an Astra pull.
被中立之点吸法，而且也没有带猎枭这样的英雄，所以处理半线会偏慢。
1-12。
They smoke into an Astra pull. So you don't know that you're running into the Astra pull until you're already inside of it. And then look, Flexin is stuck in it with Spirit, and they're both getting killed by the Phoenix Molly that they threw inside of that as well. So like you can't see the Phoenix Molly Astra pull combo until you run through the smoke. And you want to run through the smoke because you're trying to take A main control. That's sick. I mean, Spirit barely survives as well and then just gets cleaned up immediately. If this wasn't 12-1, I'd be poking about it more. But nice tactic. Nice. Oh my god, we're into the next map already. There's no time, there's no time. What in the fucking Lord's name is FPX's comp again? Double smoke, KO, no Sentinel Haven. What the fuck is this? Dryad, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the 74 viewer raid. Were you just doing China, or what were you up to? What were you up to, Dryad viewers? What the fuck are they doing here? They have metal missiles, flashes. They have no info at all. Oh, you can't just let life run at you like that. The overheal here should be devastating. They actually killed Yosemite immediately. How are they recovering this? Close, close. Went 1-7 today, I think. Oh, you were playing Valorant and you just got pounded. That's a tragedy. Playing Valorant went 1-7. I've been there. I've been there. I've done that.
队友也不好解啊，
卡住了，这右面明显有人啊。
The tail drone and KO knife.
搜点的顺序不是很理想。
Yeah, I suppose. Is that going to be enough?
在这个局里还是有很大的优势的。
哦，再打个闪光。
你可以很求稳，没有着急出来去守这个爆能器，因为车库现在很危险，对面可能会有些像类似于短炮或者甚至雄鹿这样的枪械。
对，因为ECO局在
That might be enough on the attack side.
出现在 B 区和 A 小和车库这种短距离交火的空间嘛。
Maybe that'll be enough on defense as well. I mean, you throw your KO knife at the beginning of the round, like over towards here or something. Then you wait a little bit, and then maybe you are droning out, I don't know, down mid or down our garage or Maybe even drawn into reclear short or something. It feels like you're lacking a lot of info though because you don't have that hard senti. I think they're gonna have to do a lot of... Is it a good retake comp? I don't think it's a good retake comp. Can they use missiles and KO flash to retake? Well, it feels like a flood retake composition. But you can't flood retake without good info of where they're ending, because you need players leaning in that direction to flood retake. Oh fuck, we're live. I was like, why aren't we catching up? Okay, we're live. For the next timeout, this is 30 seconds videos of rain sounds versus bacon frying. Okay. Thank you for that, Gabriel Best. We're doing some Foley learning today. Lot of damage on Vukashu. Vukashu is one of those players that we'll see dueling down here a lot. And he's normally good enough that it's not a throw. If you're not better than the other people in the server, that's a bad idea. Because if you're taking a 50-50 in that position, you're just going to lose these pieces of info too often. Better for the attackers if they take a 50-50 fight against you there. But Vukashu's like a better aimer than a lot of people that he plays against. Yeah, the 13-1 was a clapping. DRG could not figure out what to do against them, and they just kept getting ecoed over and over and over. Twitch banned Chinese phones from two-factor authentication. The China VCT stream title is never getting updated because they can't log in. What? Where are you getting the what? Why would they even have two-factor authentication on their phone instead of through an app? Oh my god, why am I pausing? I keep thinking that I'm going to catch up. Yeah, surely you could just have like Nightbot in the channel or something as well. My Twitch two-factor authentication is a phone number. As far as I'm aware, having your phone number as your two-factor authentication is a bad idea for like anything that allows you to use an app instead. As far as I'm aware, you should be using an app instead, because it's very easy to social engineer your way into getting sent a like somebody's SIM card. Wow! Okay, that one's bacon. It's all bacon? Motherfuckers, they're too smart. What the hell?
还有一个问题也是要为了给Yosemite 创造一个单摸的时机吧。但奈何上一分尽管是枪械优势，在单左边依然是没有能够打出击杀来。
It's always been bacon. They all sounded like bacon. Raindrops don't sound like that. Right, okay. Dude, okay. Me watching a movie. Oh, my immersion is ruined. Rain does not sound like this. I never think about that. Like, my brain is not wired that way. If the visual says rain and the audio says frying bacon, my brain's putting together rain. My eyes are stronger than my ears. I'm not built like that.
要干拉吗？这是一个名牌的加枪角度。给闪光了。给闪，但这个闪是往点后打的吧？
A teeny bit whiffy there. Does it make the difference? Oh my god, it might do, because Yosemite just scaled so fast with the clove. buff. No, there we go.
已经很尽力了。
They also edit the audio a bit to make it sound more like rain. Oh, I'm sure. But that's why I was saying Foley is an art. Foley is an art. Some good shots there from Yosemite. Yeah, Foley's an art, and people deserve to be compensated for their Foley. So I can understand why people get copyright struck for rain. You should check out ear age by checking your frequency range. Mine was double my actual age last time I checked. No, my hearing... Okay, when I say that my actual, like, hearing ability is still very good. I'm not losing... I'm not going deaf at all. I'm slightly losing my vision. I do need to go to the doctor, the eye doctor, and get my vision checked. But my hearing's like a fucking dog.
可是现在站在方霸视角来说，他们的压力非常的大。这把狙在响枪之后，其实有20秒钟左右的转点时间，你不知道它会出现在哪里，打出下一枪。所以方霸现在慢的话，也会有一个。
Now whether I listen to people
对手的狙也可能会换位
is a different matter. My sense of smell? Untrained, I would say. Probably works just as good as anybody else's, but not trained to identify different odors. DRG are tearing them apart. Oh, whoa! Luke tried to go in there with the shorty in a 5v2. Now, a guy like me says, why are we trying to toss the 5v2? Even though that would be a perfectly fine thing to do in a, like, 3v3 or something. There's no shot we're losing a 5v2, right? No. Okay, okay. We're not. All good. All good. No neck, thank you for the prime, and Ticey Val, thanks for the tier 1 as well. Can you taste what a recipe is missing? I'm starting to get to that point. That's not to do with sense of taste though, that's to do with your knowledge of cooking, I think, and knowledge of how flavors combine together. Certainly I've never had that talent. I've never developed that talent up until recently. I've started trying. I wasn't quite doing it by himself. He was doing it with this overall, but yeah, it's not as good as doing it with the rest of the retake. Oh, DRG are missing a couple of these timings and not realizing how quick FPX are. This is the first round it matters. They want the 5-1 ace. MSG and high fructose corn syrup. Why would you say something so true about MSG and something so false about high fructose corn syrup? MSG, phenomenal ingredient. High fructose corn syrup? No, leave it out. Oh, life's missed his ace. No, he will have another opportunity, actually. Just say you hate Iowa? I've never been, but I imagine I would. What's wrong with high fructose corn syrup? Well, I mean, to be honest, it's not really that much to do with the flavor. I'm not a big fan of the flavor of stuff that have a lot of corn syrup in it compared to sugar. I don't really like it, but it's more to do with the fact that Americans put it in everything like they're trying to speedrun their way to diabetes. They're going looking. That smoke combined with the Omen ultimate is definitely making them feel like he's TP'd somewhere around here. And they're hoping that this has opened up the B site. Guess what? It has. Dash, updraft. You're not really supposed to flash. Oh no, that was... Yeah, Berlin did team flash there. The res... No kill onto Life. No kill onto Yosemite again. Vukashu's playing these situations really well, really well. Even before he got the 3K, I liked what he was up to. I don't think you send in the Taeho ult here. You could. I mean, you could try sending Taeho ult like this and recover the spike, but 2v4? I don't think you'd get much value. Why is all your cheap bread so sweet in America? I assume it disguises the poor flavor because maybe it's because Americans are also just more used to sweet things. But the bread quality in the US is appallingly poor. The average quality of a loaf of bread or like something that you get from a bakery is just like in the fucking bin.
Can you put Subway Surfers somewhere on the screen to keep me engaged during slow rounds?
No, I can't do that, Miles. I don't have a bank of my own Subway Surfers gameplay. Isn't US Bacon really shit as well? No, it's just different. It's just different. So, I grew up in the UK eating UK bacon and eating like Spanish chorizo, more of like the sausage thing rather than the ground meat. And so going to the US and having crunchy bacon that you couldn't stab with a fork, and then ground meat chorizo, like the Mexican chorizo, I was like, what the hell is this? But I came to appreciate it. It's still good, it's just different. But the bread is shit. Oh, oi, 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 oi. Okay, they didn't realize that Life was up there for a hot minute. But DRG continue the slapdown. These have been some bad maps, Pearl and Haven, to end the series on. Meat is weird, I only eat corn. I mean, I don't eat bacon or chorizo or anything anymore. Yeah, I'm veggie, but but I don't only eat corn either. What kind of take is that? Get some tofu, get some soy in there, get some TVP in there. Yeah, the US does have great quality food in the big cities. I mean, LA, New York, in particular, Atlanta, actually. I had some fantastic food, But apart from pizza bases, which were good in like New York, I can't think of a bread-based dish that I really thought was excellent. And LA has so few even pizza spots that are good. Something about the water on the West Coast seems to produce really poor, yeah, even pizza bases. Bagels? I like a bagel, sure, and the US does good bagels everywhere, but I think one of the reasons for that is that they're like boiled and chewy. It's very different. It's like, it's so different to any other type of bread that I think, yeah, maybe they've mastered that, but didn't really understand. Maybe they're boiling the rest of their bread, I don't know. But yeah, you're right, bagels. I forgot about bagels. But any bread that's not supposed to be chewy, they... How did they catch Berlin so easily there? Why did it not look like Berlin was even dodging? Vukashu again takes another duel through this door, gets a kill. Vukashu's a fucking menace on that. But FPX, I haven't even... We haven't really even been able to see what their comp is supposed to be doing. Yeah, I mean, it's just... They know exactly where they're ending, easily... Well, not even that they easily avoid the missiles. The missiles give them the timing to go for the double swing. Have you had bagel locks? Yeah, in 2018 at some point. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's just a breach stun. Breach stun fully through onto this over ultimate.
Does Platchat have copyright on the Platchat brand? Or could I start spin-off Platchat podcasts about AI research?
It wouldn't be copyright, it would be a trademark, right? I think. I don't think you copyright brands, I think you trademark them. I think you copyright intellectual property. Do we have a trademark for Platchat? No. Would we fight you with the force of everything we have? Oh, honestly, also. No. We'd just be a bit pissed off, I suppose. I mean, we have a company, and so I don't think you'd be able to, you couldn't call the company. I don't know how any of it works in the US, to be honest with you. I don't think it's a big enough brand that we have to worry about people doing that. God damn, they are flattening them. They are flattening them. Yeah, Vokashu's winning every duel. He's farming. He's taking fights through a crack angle in double doors at Garage and winning every time. He's anchoring sites and getting 2Ks, 3Ks. He's owning. Is Mr. X managing the company? We have 5 co-owners, and we make decisions collaboratively, and we each have like different projects that we're in charge of. This game is a clip farm. Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? Sounds like communism? Yeah, it is. Also known as capitalism. Also known as what we're doing is literally running an LLC, one of the most common types of company structure. Okay, okay. All right, round 2, let's go. This is so similar to how they won the previous round. C exec. Life has knives. Run him down. Now, I am worried because Life just fed in a 5v3 because he loves doing that shit. So now they've actually let them back into trying to pull off a retake with the breach ult. Oh no. Oh no. Whoa, big kill. Big kill. Big kill from Autumn. You still have breach ult though to try to make this work. He has to push with it though. Yeah, I mean, you could go back and you could actually go back and defuse that. You don't have to. Right. Well, now Nick's lost the round. All right, never mind. Well, it's 9-2 up. Whatever. Who cares? Yeah, the only rounds they've won are 2 rounds where they fast pushed with jet knives. Who the hell is 1 and 10? It's gonna end 9-3, and they're gonna pull off the fake comeback? No, no, no. FPX's composition looks like it's supposed to be good on the attack side anyway. Unless DRG take their foot completely off the gas. Oh, it's Berlin who's 1 and 10. FPX will not cook. FPX are the rain sounds, not the bacon frying. They'll play for retakes? Yeah, they might play for retakes, but even if they do play for retakes, I think this comp has to flood, and they don't. I don't think they have enough utility for info to tell them which side to lean towards to get their flood working. Good flash. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. A little bit dangerous there from Spirit, because if there was other people in Garage, they would have been killed. Oh, Yosemite. Yosemite? Oh, okay. Pop-off round from Yosemite as DRG get over-aggressive with it. DRG have kind of thrown away this round, I think, with a bit too aggro play over towards Garage. They really opened the door. Go on, Luke. No. All right, we're going to Yosemite. We're going to Yosemite. Do you think XLG have a chance to beat EDG? A chance? Yes. Would I favor them? No, I don't think so. I think I would still favor EDG. Now, if EDG lose every pistol and then throw the bonus rounds like they did against Trace, they can absolutely lose that. But I think it's EDG's... I think it's going to be a good game. I think both teams have good ideas about what they want to do. And I think XLG have upset potential if EDG play poorly. Like they did in the Trace match. Like the Trace match... Trace probably still had a great chance of winning, even if EDG didn't throw. Their prep at the beginning of Lotus, their anti, was really good. But it is undeniable that EDG also hyper-tossed. I mean, those round 15s were disgustingly bad. Trace could have still won 2-0 with EDG playing better. But that doesn't mean that EDG did play well. I really like what China does during these breaks. What the fuck is a meme cam? They have to do the thing that's on the right. I mean, you can't see it completely from my head, but it's like Jet doing a like frowny, confused face. I mean, they didn't understand. They didn't understand the directive there. You do it? I don't know, it's like something like that. I don't fucking know. It's the other hand? No, it's because on webcam it's mirrored and like you don't understand. You look just like Jet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. People in the US will get easily cringed. Yes. Yes. All whimsy has been purged from the heart of the average male American. But also not just a male American. I think that's also the case in the UK. Probably the case in many other countries as well. Wow! Okay, I thought life was going to run out of dash there. You know, you guys said about the fake comeback? And I said, nah. Well, they just destroyed them on the pistol round. High, and higher, or high, low, and lower, maybe? And then continuing to press their advantage with util afterwards. Thoughts on Nongshim and Global Esports Pearl Comp and how they played it? Killjoy, Vice, Astra, Sky, and then Neon or Jet. Hello. You probably shouldn't be dying to the Tejo missiles at the start of the round there. What? You're just running through on your own, Aeyang. Aeyang. That's the time to fall back. You've just made this a 3v3. Oh, FPX are doing the trolling immediately. Trade? Oh, they won. Oh, they won. Oh, no. Okay, well, I guess fine. They're going to have a really bad bonus, though. What do I think on the Nongshim and Global Esports Pearl Comp? I swear Global Esports were not running Sky. You've fucked me up with that one. Weren't Global Esports running Fade? Or am I getting confused? Because I remember that Global only had Vice Smokes to be able to get out through... Sorry. Whoa, Vice Smokes? They only had Vice Flashes to get out through Smokes. Smokes was coming, I just put it in the sentence too early on. They only had Vice Flashes to be able to get through the smokes at the choke points, and I thought that should be a big issue for Global's comp. but they just kind of scaled their way through together and fragged the fuck out. I think we have to see more of it, because I'm concerned that that could be a major flaw with the composition. Vice Killjoy is the core that I'm talking about. I think it looks pretty good. I think Double Sentinel in general looks pretty good. I think you have to default around the map, getting rid of all of the Killjoy utility on your attack side in order to not allow the players to stack. And then I think the Vice util is also really annoying to try to go and bait out. I think it's pretty good. What I'm concerned about, though, is that lack of a flash on the attack. Because I think, in theory, that makes it much more difficult for you to run A pops and B pops. Now, if you ran it with a Yoru, maybe you mitigate that. Because then you have the Yoru flash to be able to get out through A main and B main. And I've definitely seen a lot of teams do that, where they're getting rid of a flash initiator and just relying on the Yoru. Now, if FPX win this round, then we might be ready to see the comeback. Oh my god, they're going super aggro. Taeho drone up top as well. The flash, the KO flash could not have popped at a better time. Do they get punished though still here? This is crazy. Life's getting right clicks. How is he fragging his way out of this? He's not. Okay. Life got 2 kills with classic right-click headshots. So that definitely helped. How does Berlin still only have 1 kill? How? Yeah, the spectator bug where it looks like everybody's on the other team is ridiculous. Oh, it was a collat! I didn't even realize it was a collat. That's crazy. Well, that's the kind of round that might actually get FPX back into things. I still think DRG's composition is going to be better here, but the problem is now you're getting up to some ultimates that, while they're not big power ults for FPX, they're just gonna make the shit that Dragon Ranger has to deal with more obnoxious. You have to get rid of Yosemite's Glove multiple times. Ayan can deny plant and then buy time for them to be able to set up for the flood retake. Oh, good decision there to swing into that nade. 2v3. Oh, and now they've used the breach ult. Yosemite's playing really well in terms of rifling. Berlin got a kill. Oh, Pog Champ! Didn't even realize. Wait, is he 2-14? Is he on for the pie? Oh, you did what you're talking about right now? Taeho, Yoru, Brim, Killjoy, Vice on Fracture? Okay, that is not what I'm talking about. Brim on Fracture? But yeah, okay, if you replace the Brim and the Taeho, then I could see that comp doing alright. But solo Taeho? No. And solo Brim smokes as well? Oh, no. You said Fracture, old man? Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about I thought you were talking about Pearl again. Sorry. I am having my Biden moment. Give me a second. Okay. So we were talking about compositions on Pearl. And then you said they're running that kind of comp style on Fracture, and my brain was still stuck on Pearl. Right, so now I have to realign myself. Koi were running that on Fracture. Yes, they were. I remember that. The solo Taeho is still not good on Fracture. And I also don't think that Killjoy Vice is good on Fracture either. I think it's a good combo on Pearl potentially to run, but not on Fracture. The solo Brim, though, is fine on Fracture. No problems with that. The map is centralized enough that you can get away with it. Sorry, let me get my thoughts straight. I'm getting confused by your questions.
因为其实你没有零的存在的话，Luke 进点的压力跟上半场的 Life 是完全不一样的。
骗了一个暗眼。
They know there's the trip here.
但车库的控制权重新被 FunPlus 拿在了手里。
They pushed up right next to it.
Life 现在已经是解放了队友，所以中路和 C 点的
Nobody's going back over
多。
towards A. So this positioning is actually giving them enough information that the rest of their comp should be able to stack in the right spots. I mean, look, they have 3 people down this lane of the map who can quickly pivot over to C or B flood defense if they need to.
末日审判在 C 区还挺好用的哦。
Okay, are you ready to flood C? You can deny ult with Ayoung's Taeho ult, and then you can send it. No? They're not going for... Alright, so they're not going to deny the ult. They're not going to deny the plant, sorry. But are they then going to ult retake? No, they're not. They used the missiles early. Where's the Taeho ult? What? I mean, I guess maybe Life can clutch? He has 1 bullet. Why are they saving the Taeho ult? It's like the perfect round to send it in. Why didn't they Taeho ult and try to flood instead of doing a slow set retake without it? What? What are they doing? I don't get it. Didn't use the Taeho ult because he was KO knifed by his teammate? Oh. Did he just slap his own face? That's a worrying sign. That's not good, dude. Getting into any level, even a small amount of like self-harming when you play badly in a competitive discipline can very quickly lead to extremely bad negative mental spiraling. Like it's a really bad mental sign if people are doing that shit. Kang did it before against Loud in Champs 2022. Did he? That's a bad thing to like get into your head. I hit my thigh because my desk is more expensive than me. You think your life is worth less than your desk? Again, I think we need to be addressing the mental side of that. As someone who did this in sports when I was younger, it can spiral so fast. Yeah. I mean, it is more common in traditional sports than I've ever seen it in esports, but like it is really bad in traditional sports.
So hard he broke it and played the rest of the match with bloody hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's a terrible idea as well. I can understand hitting the desk though much more because that's an expression of frustration that's outward. You're trying to vent your anger onto an inanimate object. The point is not to break your hand. The point is to expel the anger physically. When you slap your own face, the point is not trying to slap as hard as you can to vent your anger. It's like the psychology of that is that you're like, I don't know, like fucking training yourself to do it better next time. I think it's quite different. I mean, it's not a good idea to be smacking your desk after you lose either. Especially with your hands that you literally use for your craft. But yeah, having like a punishment system of against yourself is very, very bad mental idea.
换位置，
而且在对方拿到局点之后 ，Life 已经是不太敢去做前顶了。
看 A 了，
There are better ways of
Life 至少要换2个才能够转。如果打一个走叶
，Headbutt the monitor, fucking dolphin dive through the monitor.
有逐风，还没
See what Riot thinks about that.
好枪，冲了逐风。
Well, it's a nice first kill, but then slow walk re-peeking onto A long. You have to be so much better. What? This is how we're using the Taeho ult? They have a smoke they can hide inside. What are you? There's no world. That's how you're using the Taeho ultimate, Ayoung. You deserve to lose. Get into the lower bracket right now. Wait, no, this is a game in the lower bracket, isn't
We
it?
added a new kind of timeout where players get to go in a rage room for 30 seconds and just smash stuff with a bat.
That was appalling. That was appalling. I mean, dude, you guys deserve to celebrate. That's a big upset result, I think, overall. Most people would be expecting FPX to be able to win this one. But what I just witnessed from FPX in map 3 was horrid. I mean, DRG also had no chance in map 2. So it's not like one team was massively better than the other here. At the end of the day, it just came down to who won map 1, didn't it? And map 1 was close, competitive, tight between both teams. FPX will be kicking themselves that they didn't end up coming out with the win there, but that was real bad from FPX at the end. I think that's what happens though when you play such weird compositions, is that inevitably you pick like some that work and some that don't, and the ones that don't are just going to be tragic. So I think, forgive me if I've got the bracket wrong here, but I think they just got eliminated, right? I've taken a little gap in the Chinese bracket and I kind of forgot what happened. Yeah, they have.
Tier might be overrating them. Slideshow Valorant 2024.
Yeah. DRG, definitely I underrated them compared to how they've performed in this tournament. But they seem like they're back to their Shanghai kind of form. I definitely got the EDG storyline correct, though. When I was doing my pick'ems, I said EDG would lose this game and would then go on a run up to here, I think, and lose in the lower final. To be honest, they might lose right here, though. Both of these games are losable for EDG. Maybe I said EDG would make it to the grand final, actually. But lose? I seem to remember saying that they were going to lose the grand final. But maybe I said they were going to make it to Bangkok. China has Evolution Act 1 before Masters Bangkok with a different tournament. Shanghai, they were awful at Shanghai. Motherfucker, they made it to Shanghai. What are you talking about? You have to be a top 3 team in China to make it to Shanghai. That's the only time in Dragon Ranger's history they've been a top 3 team. In China. You can't say they were shit at Shanghai and be like, that means they were shit totally. Like, they were top 3 in their region. That's good. What about when they ascended? When they ascended, they weren't a top 3 team in their region either. When they ascended, they were not better than EDG, Trace, and FPX at that point in time. Yeah, only the grand finalists go to Bangkok. It's only these 2 teams that end up going to Bangkok. So one of Bilibili or Trace will be going to Bangkok. Personally, my money is on Trace. And one of the other teams will make it. And at this point, I mean, I guess it's a bit boring, but maybe I'd say... You know what? I might say DRG. I was going to say boring old Bilibili pick because they're just the other team in the upper final and they have like less chances of losing. And they're pretty decent too. But I think if EDG can pick themselves back up, they actually have a chance of being able to beat all of these teams. And if Dragon Ranger win this game, they've got a great chance of winning this game too. So the team I think that has the least chance is XLG. Even though they're good, they're not great. They're not like good enough to be able to beat EDG and DRG and Bilibili or Trace and make it through to the grand finals, I don't think. They're a very good team. They look competent. They look like they have good game plans and shit, but I don't think they're going to be able to win 3 in a row. Whereas I think EDG, if they get back to their top form, are capable of that. I think Dragon Ranger are capable of winning 2 in a row. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, XLG's this year's Ascension team. Yeah. Raga dropping a 70 bomb? He might. It's not like Hong Kong's been playing a particularly great game in this tournament. Who is statistically the best player in China then? If you just look at ACS stuff. I mean, Stu, and he's out. I mean, top 2 players in China by ACS currently, not from China. That's strange. I mean, not strange historically, but it does feel a bit strange at this point. Wait, what day is it today? Today's like Tuesday, right? Okay. Oh, today's Wednesday. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So Wisey's the highest ACS player left in the tournament. And I mean, Wisey was playing well. Happyway has had a phenomenal tournament, actually. He's been playing really well. Heybei's had a great tournament. There he is down here. But he's had a great tournament. Guanji was also playing really well, but he's been eliminated at this point. Spring had good individual play for like a duelist, but I mean, he also had some nuts moments, and the whole of Wolves was playing like dog. Life's a fucking maniac. He's also just been eliminated, but he's like so feast or famine, always has been. I don't really trust it. So I've said this for a long time, but I don't think FPX is going to be the next breakout team from China. And I suppose that might seem like a bit of a hindsight thing when we've just watched FPX be eliminated. But the reason that I say that is because I just think with the comms situation on their team, the fact that they have such unusual compositions and they have such feast or famine players like Life and Berlin, and to some degree Young as well, I don't think that they have what it takes to be able to play good enough, consistent enough Valorant to get to the top level. I think the teams that you're looking at long-term in China are EDG. Obviously, everybody knew EDG was going to be the team to watch to potentially break out. Though I had said in the past that I thought it was going to be somebody else just because EDG were the frontrunners and maybe came a bit too early. But all right, EDG obviously broke out. They won the championship. Other teams, Trace, they play like pretty sensible Valorant, and they play it really well, and their players are good. Bianche's a bit of a nutcase, and he is the IGL for them now. So that's a bit odd. But generally speaking, they play some really good Valorant. I think other teams that you need to be keeping an eye on are XLG. I think they're like one roster maneuver or a bit more time or experience away from making like a really good run. But at the moment, they're getting caught up by the like. They look like they're still a step behind some people like FPX or Bilibili who play a bit more of the silly Valorant. I don't think Bilibili are going to have a breakout, like super good run at some kind of international event just because I think they play a bit too silly. And maybe JDG is another team to keep an eye on. Maybe for the future. But these three are the teams that I'm like expecting to do something potentially for China this year. Nobody was a nutcase, then they became an IGL and they won champs. Yeah, you're right. But also, he did completely toss a 1v5, 5v1, sorry, for EDG that saw them thrown down to the lower bracket. But at the end of the day, that's not nobody's fault as well. Like, that game was going to be lost even if they won that 5v1. So, but he is still a bit of a silly player. He's still a bit silly at times. He already gave up on Wolves. Dude, Wolves' roster is good, but the level of Valorant this team is playing is abominable. This roster should be good. In terms of like looking at it on paper, okay, this team should be doing damage. What I'm witnessing with my eyeballs, though, in the server is making me want to throw up. It's making me want to vomit. Not DRG is insane for breakout teams. The thing with DRG is, though, the reason I don't have as much belief in DRG is that I'm not confident that the way that Vukashu plays is very good when he is the best player in the server. And I think probably doesn't scale up as well once they get up against better and better competition. Because he takes so many aim duels on the defense side. But more so than that, I'm also concerned at the comms inside that team. Because for the longest time, Vukashu has just been like on a fucking island. Like the team is comming in Mandarin and he's just doing his own shit. And like the longer they play together, the more Vukashu does seem like he is better integrated with what's going on in that squad. But when you see their match results, so for example, when they ascended, they looked like a scrappy team. Vukashu was just running around doing his own shit all the time. And they were good enough to be able to win in Ascension. Then when they got to Tier 1, they had a run heading into Shanghai where they became top 3 in China. Yeah? After that, they fell off a fucking cliff. They couldn't get it together. Their form wasn't as good. Their ideas weren't as good as the other teams. To the point where they looked like, in the off-season, they looked like a... Sorry, I've said top again. They looked like a bottom 3 team in China. They were losing to everyone. They couldn't find a win in like the end of the season, off-season kind of stuff. And remember that the Chinese off-season is not as casual as ours. China still runs these like evolution series and like whatever. Every single team in China was still playing for an off-season trophy apart from Trace and EDG. So they had the other 10 teams in China were all competing, and DRG just... It's like they were playing people close and it looked like they were nearly there. And then they probably weren't a real bottom 3 team. They were probably a middle of the pack team that was just having a run of bad form. But their results were poor. And now they're looking really good again, but I don't know whether to believe in them. The Valorant they're playing is like pretty decent. But we just watched them win a series against FPX where they got blown out in map 2. Had no chance. Not even close. 13-1. And then FPX are playing the goofiest ass comp in map 3. And Vukashu's just aim dueling everybody. I'm not sold on them yet. Whereas I am sold on Trace, EDG, XLG as like good teams that you should be paying attention to. I need to see more from DRG. Vukashu was good in Shanghai too. He's very talented. But he kind of plays like... Do you remember like when Les would play on Loud and some games he would just be running at people? He would just be like, I'm fucking better and my team at the moment doesn't really have the synergy to be able to beat everybody. So like, I'm just going to run at you and make you feel the pain. That's kind of how Vukashu plays in some of these situations, and I'm not sure he's as good as Les. He's got a lot of confidence, but he plays in a region where he's, I think, like up towards the top of the most skilled players. Whereas when he gets to international events, I don't know whether he'll be able to like, you know, modify it on the fly and rein it in a little bit. DRG, ST Virus, Luke, and Luke is great. It's a skilled roster. What do I think about Nova? Nova are a playoffs team. They are a decent squad that are going to make playoffs in China, and they're going to be able to get upset wins every now and then and get people really excited about them. But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to an international event this year. Do you think EDG will flop? Depends what you count as a flop. I mean, I would say like a complete flop would be not making any international event this year. That isn't possible, I don't think. That's not possible. But could they miss one international event this year? Yeah, absolutely they could. They might miss Bangkok. They have to win 3 games in a row to make Bangkok against XLG, DRG, and then probably Billy. And they can lose any one of those. Would that be a flop if they missed Bangkok, even if they did pretty well at Toronto and Champs? I don't know. I don't think I would call that a flop necessarily, but they'd have to do actually pretty well at the other events. EDG will make internationals. It's the script. EDG have never lost an event in China since they got good. Like, the fact that they are at this position in the bracket, in order for EDG to fulfill what they've done in the past in China, where they lose in the upper bracket and then run it all the way through to the grand final and win, they would have to beat XLG, then DRG, then Billy probably, and then Trace. They'd have to win 4 matches in a row, and at that point, you'd have to believe in them. If they do well at Toronto and Champs, no one will care about Bangkok. I agree. That's why I'm saying I don't think it would be a flop. Flop would be not being a top 2 team in China this year. Anything worse than that's a disappointment. That's an interesting way of measuring it. I agree with you that that would be a flop if they weren't a top 2 team. But I also think that you're being quite generous there. I think most people would consider EDG a flop if they weren't good at internationals. Because most of the way that, like, most people don't watch EDG in China. Most people watch EDG at internationals. So if they were still a top 2 team in China, but then they kind of turned up to Bangkok, Toronto Champs and didn't do much, I think people would consider that a flop. I think you've set, in some ways, kind of a low bar there of them being top 2 in China. I was about to unmute, and then I remembered I don't speak Mandarin. But fuck it, we're going to do it for the vibes anyway. No, we're not, actually. No, we're not. No, we're not. I was going to, but then I thought about the VOD, like the chopping things up on YouTube afterwards if I want to make any highlights of this, and it is a little bit distracting when there's other people yapping in the background. There's not enough international events for us to be so critical about who's flopping or not because they didn't make top 4. That's a fucking based take, actually, 4body Shorts Gamer. That's what I've been trying to get through some people's heads when they talk about, like, when they talk about, I don't know, team narratives and stuff. We don't have enough events in the year for there to be, you know, like if you, Heretics, for example, don't have a trophy, but they also probably would have one if there were more tournaments in the year. Because at the end of the day, like, getting to finals, there's some level of luck, form that goes into that. If you're consistently making it deep, in a circuit like Counter-Strike where there's more events, you'd probably win one of them. In this kind of circuit, there's a lot more variance because the sample size is so low. EDG not getting top 4 in at least one of the 3 events, I would consider a flop. I think that's pretty reasonable, considering that they have made top 5 before champs. And if they make it to Bangkok, making top 4 at Bangkok is actually, you know, very doable because you make it through the Swiss stage and you're basically in the top 4. But yeah, top 4 at one of the international events, that should be doable for EDG this year. I wish casters would talk about the different aiming styles more in their cast. Is there anyone unique in your eyes beside the ones we already talked about? Less, Super Calm, Asana, Jerky. One of the problems with talking about aiming styles is that a lot of it's kind of horse shit. You just kind of... Do you know what I mean? It's just like... Except for the people who are on the most extreme ends, a lot of it is just like reading fucking tea leaves. But it is obvious with some people. Like Les, like Asuna. Who else can I think of that? I mean, when you watch like some of the oppers, it's pretty obvious. Like watching DRG this week, opping, was pretty spectacular. If you watch him versus somebody like Nivera, for example, Nivera was super consistent, very good at setting up safe angles, hidden shots. DRG is like constantly pushing himself onto aggressive positions, hitting flick shots, like doing ridiculous shit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really enjoy getting into the nerdy shit with people's aiming styles. And I think maybe one of the reasons is that there seems to be no correlation between certain aiming styles and success. For example, you could say, like, the general given thing, like general advice is always, you know, you want to lower your sensitivity to a point where you've got stable aim. You want to have good crosshair placement. You want to have smooth, calm aim. And then you see people like Asuna just fucking running it in with shaky aim all over the place, super high sensitivity, zip, zap, zoop, hitting random bullshit shots all over the place. And you're like, right, well, okay. And to some degree, okay, you could be like, well, he's the exception. But there are actually quite a lot of people who use super high sensitivity and it works for them. So I don't really buy that there's like a correlation between
run this year. Their meta reads have been
certain aiming styles and success.
No inherent communication issues. Loving the fact that China's games are getting more attention from the wider community this year.
Yeah. I mean, I won't have time to cover China in this level of depth later on in the year, Commend, but for sure. I agree that Trace is going to probably do something great. Volume for Kang Kang? What do you mean volume for Kang Kang? It's just going to... Dude, I can't understand it anyway. You just like hearing his voice? We don't know what he's saying. There's no subtitles. There's no translation. Yeah, I don't mean that Asuna has high sensitivity, but he moves his mouse like he has high sensitivity. But what I'm saying is, I don't believe that there is a correlation, and at least I haven't seen any evidence to suggest there's a correlation, between certain aiming styles and success. Which implies that it's more about how you started, how you learned, how you're comfortable. Which then is just like, well, then why does everyone give a shit? Just work on your own stuff. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure if we applied much, much more... Like if somebody did serious studies about it and tried to get into it super nerdily, maybe they'd unveil something very... interesting about it. But to be honest with me, the idea of just like get your sensitivity to a point where you can easily flick to break a recon dart that lands behind you, but it isn't shaking all over your screen when you try to take gunfights, and then try to have good crosshair placement, and from there, to me, movement makes more difference. But there is a whole study on that, exactly. I can link the Google Scholar. Sure, yeah. I haven't seen it. Yeah, Martine's an unusual one as well. Martine plays a little bit like Asuna. Lots of jumping shots, bit more flicky aim. I mean, the flick that he hit in the Vitality game was ridiculous as well. If I make a vid responding to this, will you give a shit and watch it? Or will I do it for my balls only? I won't watch it on stream, but I might watch it separately. Sure. I don't, it's not that I think aim is irrelevant. Obviously, I don't. But I just think it's one of those unstudied areas generally where there's so much bullshit. It feels like, you know, like early days of like bodybuilding, where people are talking about all sorts of shit and believing all sorts of different stuff, or like early days of nutrition advice, like that kind of thing. It just feels like there isn't enough evidence for people to be going in one direction, but certain people believe things super strongly about aim. If you listen to the people who do like, you know, like the people who come to Dallas in the aim trainer community, they have extremely strong opinions about aim. And I'm sure some of them are correct. But to me, when I listen to them, I'm like, I bet half the stuff you're talking about, you don't actually have the evidence base to support. And I don't know enough to separate the fact from the fiction. Yeah, it's a bit of a little bit of bro science. Seeing clean aim is so satisfying. Let me see a Soulcast and Leaf compilation. The like perfect flick right onto the head kind of vibe. Yeah. The aim training community is definitely a thing, Miles. Definitely. I agree, but I think there's a story in the aiming style which is kind of untapped right now, casting-wise. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. It's certainly an area in my casting that I don't go into. You're totally correct with that. I mean, I'll sometimes touch on people who are like outliers. People like you talked about, Asuna, Les. Some oppers I'll talk about as well. But some people who use ADS a bit more I'll talk about. Like when Ye used to use a lot of ADSing. We would talk about Ye a lot. But it's certainly not something that I would normally be going to the well of for narratives. DDK does have a lot of aim content. And I've listened to a bunch of DDK's content. And I'm afraid I get the same thing from that of the like unapplicable bro science some of the time that I feel would I don't, because the other thing is too, right? If you have an aiming style that is really flicky, right? And you've managed to get your way up to Immortal, let's say, something like that. And you're trying to make the push to Radiant and become a pro or something like that. And you find a study that says, actually, low sense calm aiming is better, statistically significantly better in Valorant than flick style aiming. And you're trying to make this jump up. And so you decide to try to implement a drastic shift to your aiming style. And you've been aiming in the flicky style ever since you first picked up a mouse, basically, just because that felt intuitively the right way of doing it for you. I would imagine that you would get large downward trend before you started going back up. And in order for something to be statistically significant, it has to be a chunk better, but it doesn't have to be astronomically better. So you might have been better off spending your time working on other stuff. Your understanding of the game, your comms, your, there might be other areas of the game that you could see much more dramatic improvements that wouldn't require you to undo years of knowing stuff about aim. So I think that's another aspect of it that kind of concerns me, is that people might just end up hyper-focusing on the wrong stuff.
Where are your areas of improvement?
I mean, fucking anything. Literally anything. Everything. My point about aiming styles is mostly about how it reflects their personality as players. Yeah, that's a very cool aspect, Swap. If you made a YouTube video about that aspect of it, yeah, I'm in. I'll watch that video. Because for sure, from a casting perspective, from a narrative perspective, that is one of the coolest untapped story areas. Because there are definitely people where you watch them and you can tell it's that player by the way that they move and the way that they shoot. But articulating that to the audience is pretty difficult. Like, I'm pretty sure that I would be able to tell a lot of players by the way that they... Like, if you just removed the name and you gave me their footage in a match scenario, not like them fucking around in scrims or ranked or something, but like in a match scenario, no HUD, I think I could tell you with decent success a bunch of players in VCT. Not every player, I'm not claiming that, but there are definitely players where you're like, ah, yeah, that's them. So yeah, that would be a really cool video idea. I mostly watch fighting games. Sajam talks a lot about commentary as a craft. Yeah, I mean, I talk about it a bit. Not all the time, but a bit, Blue Purple. I could tell almost every Cassidy player apart in Overwatch League by their aim. Really? I don't think I could give you every single one even when I was doing the Overwatch League casting. I could give you a bunch, but I could not give you every single one. I mean, there are people that stand out. Like, even now, if you showed me a Pine VOD from Season 1, I'd be like, yeah, motherfucker, that's Pine. I could probably tell you, like, Taimu. And I could tell you somebody like Kai, who aimed totally differently. But I...
Edward Gaming.
That was strange. The music didn't come in popping at the front there. Is this the Champs song from the year that they won? Is this last year's Champs song? Is that why it's their walkout music? No? Am I gooped up? What is this? Is a Valorant song though, isn't it? Oh, it was the walkout song for the top 4 though at Champs. Right.
Simon.
How would you describe Tenz's aiming style? Micro adjustments, extremely fast. But not really jittery. He looks like he has extremely good fine motor control. And he uses ADS a decent amount. Yeah, Lip's aim in Overwatch is very recognizable. Finesse? How would I describe Finesse's aim? Geriatric. I don't know, man. Fucking... Sometimes nervous is how I would describe his aim. I think he gets into his own head. His spray control is occasionally abominable. Like, if he isn't hitting his first shots, he's just all over the place. Your own aim style, describe it. Slow. And flicking away from the target's head a lot. Slow tracking onto the target and then small micro adjustments away from the target is how I would describe my own aim style. It's appalling. That's my aim style as well? Yeah. Like, I feel like I have good aim when I can stop myself making those micro adjustments at the end. But Demon 1 in his prime? Demon 1 in his prime is extremely controlled, slow movements. Similar to Ye in Ye's prime, actually. But Ye used more ADS from what I remember. Ye and Demon 1 are the kind of players that make the whole game look like it's being played in slow motion because they just slowly, calmly move their aim onto somebody's head and click. Les is a bit like that as well, but he tends to aim with his movement more than Ye and Demon 1 do. Ye and Demon 1 are actually using like slow mouse movements. Les is using a lot of like barely any mouse movement at all and aiming more with his movement a lot. Now that I think about it, there are actually a lot of players who I know roughly the like personality of how they aim. But it's just not something that's at the forefront of my head. Cryo like that as well? Not as much. I don't think Cryo's as exaggerated as Ye, Les, and Demon 1. He has the same kind of style of his players, like letting the game come to him, but he actually does have larger mouse movements. I don't know how to describe Cryo's though. I'm not I don't know how I'd really describe Cryos. What about Asana's aim? I don't know how Asana aims. He wiggles. He wiggles his mouse around. Primi? I'm not sure. I need to watch more Primi to really know like his exact aim style, I suppose. I've watched it, and what I wanted to say in my head was it's a bit like TENS, but I don't think I actually know that. I think I'm just kind of half guessing with that. I'd have to watch more VODs. The crouch peeking that Primi does is pretty good, yeah. I mean, something's more to do with his movement. Something's got... He looks like he has a higher sensitivity, but something's more like... Something's skill expression and his personality expression is much more to do with his movement, I think, than his aim. Whose aim is closest to your style? Bro, I don't know. Fucking... Probably somebody like Finesse. I don't even mean that as like we both are just bad. Just like I beef a lot.
我们在之前其实已经看到了，就是他要的就是进攻方首先不让拿得多，守方的话其实也是当进攻来玩的，就是肤浅。一旦出现像昨天 T 这样的一个就是能够阶梯性的防守，甚至用一条，比如说自己
Worst aim in VCT. Well, there've been a couple of candidates in previous years. I'm trying not to rip on Finesse too much. I'm trying to think if there's other people that would be down there with him. Because people have been down there before. You know, we had people like Vanity never had particularly good aim. We used to have people like Shinobi. We used to have who else? Redgar's aim was well, Redgar was more like inconsistent with it as well. Anyway, let's focus on this. Nice punish onto XLG there. They also know that this is going to get opened up, but unfortunately Smoggy's gone down. EDG, you got to be careful here because the whole of the C site is now opened up. Nobody has the spike. It's going to be impossible for Coconut to get this back. Unless Raga kills Kangkang and they can create distraction in this direction. They still have a minute, so Raga's the player to watch right now. Where's he going? Your aim is like Havoc on Breeze that one time? Yeah. Like nervous aim. Boaster's really worked on his aim. Boaster's aim is not as bad, anywhere near as bad as it used to be. And if you look at people like Angel, who also have bad aim sometimes, he's just very inconsistent. He's got a very like flicky first shot, headshot, plays with the Vandal, so his spray control's not very good. And if he misses the first shot, he's taking such bad fights a lot of the time that he's just dead. But Angel can sometimes give you a ridiculous game where he blows somebody out. Jesse Vash? Dude, Jesse Vash was hidden recently. That's not a good start to the round from EDG, losing Kangkang right at the beginning like that, especially when they don't have a Senti in their comp. 4 players now to defend the whole of Lotus, and XLG can group up and try to take fights in weak points. This could get really dangerous.
XLG 的视角里面，他们也很耐心，因为其实都是很了解双先锋这套阵容的，随时有可能会去用技能去反击或者说提速。很耐心，对岸也稍微去拖一会儿啊。你看，其实双方的一个节奏的一个节点都是卡得非常死。现在你像没有这个，不管是E2的一个强度的改变，还是说没有哨位，其实改变了。
Oh, nobody's gonna get caught. No, he's not. Oh my God, no, he's not. Making that push with a Bucky and a Ghost, by the way. I wonder why they've gone for nobody on Sova. They haven't really changed their comp, they've just swapped out the initiator. And I feel like nobody's seizes were a really big part of their success with this comp at Champions. It had so much stopping power that the Sova doesn't give you. They do have a Sova? Shut up. Bad enough when TMV's doing that to me. Ah, look at that. Nope, sorry. I'm an idiot. That was the attacker's recon dart. Didn't even see where nobody used his. Is he just going to duel that? Yep. And he loses. Happy Way has been playing an amazing tournament so far.
他不光是这个兜底王，而且呢，他的整个的一个率先击败率也是队内第2高的。
闪身323，康康也是被穿墙命中了，现在自己的血量非常的低。
Putting a lot of pressure over towards Ye, trying to pivot into, sorry, onto A. Trying to pivot into B, but there's 2 players, now 3 ready to defend this. And they just flash out. Take the fight. No, the casters don't really get more than just the house feed. The casters have a... we have the normal feed that you guys see, and then we have the feed without replays, which lets us see the ults and the economy between the rounds. So that way we can still talk about ults and economy stuff, even when a replay is running. We also have a full screen minimap, but it's not very useful because the minimap is big enough anyway. Will TMV and Brent join you today? I assume so. I think Mimi also said she wanted to join today for EMEA. Oh, it's so winnable for Smoggy. He knows where the last player is. It's just random spam. It's just spam. Oh, wow. Viva doesn't push inside the smoke, thinks it's a fake.
没法拼点是这样的啊，现在这个版本没有办法拼点，一个烟盖在包上面，对于进攻方来说压力好大。对。 啊，刚才这个小份的话，其实 Happy 维已经是很尽力了。当然最后这个残局，说实话，两个人如果来打一个补枪，打一个2人协同，可能效果会更好一些。对，两边其实都在协同上面会出现了。
It's strange how much Kang is getting caught out in this tournament.
想要去觉得自己抓到了一些 timing 吧，但是
he looks like he is somewhat not mentally in these games compared to where he was at the end of last season. We'll see if he turns it around. It's very early days in this match. This is crazy to do this on an anti-eco round, Smoggy. I love this on a rifle round, but on an anti-eco, oh my god, he's done it. He's absolutely boomed them. And he's got the res. What? What are you doing? You're swinging in with your knife! I mean, I was talking about Kang's head not being in it, and then he runs at them with his knife out. Thinks he's in the streets of fucking Brixton. What the hell? What the hell's going on there? That's bonkers. Maybe he misclicked? I would imagine so, yes, I would imagine so. I think he probably forgot he had his knife out. And then he comes out of his slide and is like, ah, oh, crap, where's my gun? Crazy play from Smoggy, though, in that round. He's laughing about it now. Lucid Memes, thank you for the 2 months. I should run an advert before this map began. I forgot. That's why you set it to always strongest weapon when you come out of util. I should, honestly, I should probably use that. I should probably use that setting. In theory, it's more optimal to not do that, I think, so that you have the flexibility. But in practice, I'm never using a shorty anyway. I'm never wanting to pull my fucking, you know, secondary weapon out. I'm not playing with a Bucky and, you know, a Sheriff or whatever. I should put that setting on. Yeah, I think it's definitely because they won champs. I think they're having a Super Bowl hangover at the moment a bit. Jake Twitch, thank you for the prime. Alright, here we go. No big fight over rubble this round. EDG just take it fairly easily. It's only Smoggy holding over here, and Smoggy does not have his ult, which would have been a good way of being able to buy time. I think it's a little strange that Smoggy went for the play that he did in the previous round. It's, you know, it's a great play, but doing it on an anti-eco round, it definitely makes them scared that he's going to do it in future rounds. You think EDG is an anti-team? I don't really agree with that. I don't think they're a heavy anti-strat team. But I could be wrong with that one. I didn't follow China closely enough last year to be able to keep track of all of the, like, anti-ing stuff. I think they're very good at learning after losing to a top team in China. But I don't think they approach every game with, like, really good anti. I think they play to their win cons most of the time.
A 前点响硬磕，但 XLG 他也是双先锋，他的技能也很足，站在提前站好前点的人也会受到道具非常大的影响。
But it's possible that I just don't recognize the anti because I'm not as familiar. Alright, big round for XLG to get on the board. They re-clear over towards rubble in the mid round after EDG are forced to fall off. I mean, with the EDG, you pretty much know. You pretty much know that if they're going to be... Wow, that recon dart found so much value. You pretty much know that if they're going to be fighting over rubble at the start of the round, they're going to have to give it up, you know, 20 seconds in. EDG, though, was still there fighting rubble. But XLG's util ended up being able to get past it. What value does the Sova get on Lotus? I'm not really sure. I'm still trying to figure out why nobody is playing Sova here. Maybe it's just to mix it up and throw XLG off, because if there was going to be an anti-team, I think it would be... Because of the amount of prep that XLG put into their own setups and stuff, I would imagine EDG have probably just been like, okay, we got antied super hard by Trace at the beginning of Lotus, so let's change something up just to throw in a different feel to the comp. We're not going to change the whole comp, but we're going to play most of what we normally do, but with a Sova instead of a Fade, so there's like an extra element for our opponents to think about. There's 2 Sovas on the map? What do you mean nobody's playing Sova? I'm going to start banning people. Utterly destroyed. Very nice, slow, controlled re-clear of Mound, pushing the EDG players into really tough positions and punishing them for it. Nice, classic approach. Love the vertical streams that Riot had for the internationals. They're doing that for VCT Americas now, you know. Uncool Chris. If you tune into any of the VCT Americas games, and I think they're doing it in EMEA as well, but I could be wrong, you can see the casters on the vertical feed the whole time. It's kind of fucking awful for us. Because we have a light shining in our face now the whole time. And like, you know, if I scratch my ass on camera, and now everyone's going to be able to see. Petalins, thank you for the 4 months. Why is it doing it so... Why is it doing it over and over and over again? Tamago, thank you for the sub. Silk, thank you for the sub as well. Why is it... It says that tons of people have subscribed, but I didn't get a notification. Somebody must have given out gifteds and it just didn't catch up. Thank you for the subs, everybody. Ah, 10 gifteds. Okay, I didn't see it. Oh, on YouTube! That's why it didn't pop up. Thank you for the 10 gifted members.
好，来了，这一分的话 ，XLG 也很明白自己现在有技能的一个优势的情况下，对方应该是要放，所以来抢大这场。
Ladak, thank you for the 6 months of tier 1 as well. That's very kind of you. You don't even know if I'm going to be streaming for the next 6 months. I'll run away with your money. That's nice, though. This should have been an aggressive round from EDG, putting a ton of pressure onto these people. And instead, Viva turns around, grabs one onto Kangkang instantly, and now they have the whole of the A site, and Draga can keep pushing. I mean, XLG have just owned them. But partly because Kangkang missed the entry again. I feel like I'm watching a really rough version of Kangkang in these last few games. Cuffy VL, thank you for the new tier 1 sub, and Tack, thank you for the 12 months as well. Was FPX DRG a good game? Honestly, no, it wasn't. The map 1 was a good game, and then the other 2 were blowouts. It was... Map 2 and 3 were actually trash games, like terrible games. Let's go, YouTube chat, this is our time. Time for us to take over the world. How does the vertical stream work for Doug with the way he casts? I know he faces towards the stage when he casts sometimes. I mean, you'll just see the back of his head. I mean, you will just see the back of his head. Yeah, Doug is unusual. Doug likes to cast from the, like... Doug likes to cast from the monitor that the crowd sees, which I've never seen any other caster in esports do. I think it just helps him feed off the energy of the crowd a bit more for his play-by-play. The vertical streams were on TikTok. I don't know where they are anymore. I mean, presumably still on TikTok, because one of Trump's executive orders was, halt the TikTok ban, despite the fact that in 2016 he was one of the first fucking people to try to ban TikTok. The man is just a fucking deranged populist. He's insane. Signing stuff in executive orders that is just unconstitutional. Trying to see if he can will it through the courts. Oh my god. He's not deranged, he's playing the crowd. He's both. He's both. But yes, he is. That is the definition of populism. He's doing things purely because they happen to be popular at that moment in time. Or appeal to a certain base, I suppose. They don't have to appeal to everybody. Okay. Getting into this round, I know that EDG are in the lead, but I think this one's so important for EDG to win. Like, they need to be getting some momentum back into this game. Their economy's in a tough spot. They were losing rubble fights as well. Here's another rubble fight. Breach flash immediately. Raga posted up. Kills Chichu. Oh, there is a trade from Kangkang. Okay. I was worried there for a moment. Still got big ults from XLG, though. And nobody is just trapped. They didn't break the door. Nobody can't escape. They left him. They left him and abandoned him. And he's just there throwing utility. Yeah, XLG are pretty good. They're pretty good. No, Baby Bay facing opposite. Baby Bay and Doug facing opposite directions to each other. It is strange.
XLG 这一波的话，其实他可以选择的是派人去单波，但他现在不动，说白了就是我要选择什么？如果能够拉。
Who IGLs for XLG? That would be Coconut. As far as I'm aware, he's quite a new IGL for the team as well. So it's remarkable that they're playing with this level of coordination and good macro play. What about when Bala was casting with him? I think he still did the same. Not sure though. How good's the coordination here between Kangkang and Smoggy? Ooh, Breach all forced out based off the trip. That just knocks time off the clock. Allows for a reposition as well, but they're not going for one. Stun. Kang can't quite get the crouch peek working for him there. I'm just watching Kang and he looks sluggish compared to what I expect from him. This is a rough round for EDG to lose. They do economy damage, but like the economy of XLG was already through the roof anyway. They were all like about to cap out, so it doesn't even do anything. But now they're on an eco. So EDG are going to have a rough buy here. I think 2 of them can afford to buy some, I don't know, Guardians or something. So, but the round is basically over when Kang abandons nobody to his death there, and they haven't broken the baby door for him to escape through Blue Room. The chances of nobody being able to frag him his way out is so low. EDG's comp, I think, tends to do better on their attack sides. So if they can get one more round out of this half, it's not too bad. They certainly started well by being able to win pistol bonus. I know Neon has massively lost favor in other regions. While you're right, because it's like everybody was running Neon and now only a few people are, Neon is actually still really quite viable. A lot of people in China are still running it. Quite a few people in Pacific are still running it, including Dambi for Nongshim. EMEA has become extremely Yoru-pilled. And 100 Thieves are still running quite a bit of Neon with Asuna as well. That's how have they done that? Just taking a more intense Rubble fight. Just to read that XLG are going to fight super hard over Rubble, and EDG have figured out what they need to do in order to counter it. Not getting caught out by Raga, just pathing straight to door anymore. Good restuns from Kang and a refight over towards there. They play passively at the beginning and then they throw their one-way stun and actually push Rubble, rather than teleporting Chishu up there right at the start of the round. So good adjustment. Good team fight adjustment there from EDG. Wow, they weren't expecting Simon to just be facing on that angle there. They thought he'd be playing behind cover. Happy Way is so nice with it. Kang just missed the timing on YOU. Reach out, re-clear. I've never seen a less successful breach out re-clear. I mean, they really thought those people were either not going to be there or hit by the breach ult. YOU and Happy Way just stood there completely unstunned and gunned them all down as they ran through the smoke. Okay, 2 really strange rounds back to back. EDG are realizing that they need to go for those kind of re-clears though, and their comp, hello, doesn't have the passive info as much. Oh, Chishu gets run down. How is Kang gonna clutch this? This is where we would see some magic from Kang, usually. And he's been caught. Surely you push through that and kill him? Yeah, nice. Good timing for the drone, good play by Raga. And the rest of the team is so far back. They're so far back, they couldn't even trade Raga. They're miles away. They're just saving. Their economy's been in a bad spot. Does China allow crypto? You think they crypto throwing? I think they actually might have done enough on their defense. I don't know for sure. It depends what XLG, like, it depends who wins the pistol and whether XLG have some nice ideas of... Why is... well, I suppose he had the judge and he doesn't want to keep it, so he's running forwards. That's fine. EDG definitely saving strats. No. 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 They're in the lower bracket, fighting for their life against a good team. They're not saving strats. Happy Ray with an attack side operator. Why are they opting into the rubble fight though? Like EDG's comp is... Oh, they're not opting into the rubble fight. They're faking the rubble fight and going immediately C. Okay. I like this from Coconut. The problem is, when you do this, EDG are going to leave one person here and they're going to start spreading out. Can you catch the timing? Can they catch the timing? They have to be careful of that smoke. Oh, I don't think the smoke was in the right place from Smoggy. He put it too far over to that side so they could see him through the choke. Look, there's a massive gap there. How did he miss his smoke? Was he going for a different smoke and just didn't realize that that angle existed? Oh, they're winning anyway, though. Are they? Viva could still win this 1v2. Oh. Alright. Very confident fight there in the 2v1 at the end. Could have gone wrong. The spacing wasn't mega tight, but if you couldn't hit the shot. What's going on there? Like, look at that from Smoggy. That's so bizarre. And then Kangkang's able to get a 2k. Big Kangkang round. Okay, we were asking for a Kangkang round, and this one was the Kangkang round. He kills two before they even go for the retake. Slides in, kills another one. That's the Kangkang round. As a hardcore T1 fan, my hot take, says Ted Quiet, is that T1 did not deserve to win the maps that they have so far. There were some good plans, but most rounds were carried by individual players just shooting better. I think I would generally agree with you. Yeah, I think that T1 are at a pretty deep point in the bracket right now in Pacific without actually showing us that they're a great team. Their game against Boom was entirely uninspiring, and PaperX I think played pretty poorly, but Stacks had a great game in that one. And I'll tell you what, I'll give T1 credit with this. They were very ready for PaperX to be pushing them. They had a slow... I do love the Brimstone one. I'm afraid my face is covering it, but it's like the SpongeBob Brimstone. I think the one thing that we've seen that was very good from T1 is that they knew when PaperX were going to push them, and they were set up to stop that. And that contributed directly to their win against PaperX. But do they look as good as G2, Vitality, Carmen Core, Sen, 100 Thieves, Leviathan? No, I don't think so. I don't think they look as good personally as DRX. But I also have not been impressed with that many teams in Pacific yet. Nongshim are fun to watch, fun as fuck. But we need to see Gen G. And who else have we not seen yet? Who's the other team that we haven't seen in Pacific? There should be two, right? Oh, Talon. Maybe Talon. But I need to see Gen G. At the moment, though, DRX look like the best team in Pacific. Stuck in the middle with U-Core is really good from TMV.
Do you think EDG has the 2023 FNC quality where anyone on the team can solo win an otherwise impossible round? And would you say their players are as good as doing that as 2023 FNC?
No, no. They're not as stacked as Fnatic from 2023. And they also... Their players can take over games. Oh man, that's a nice play by Raga, getting back in through that door to make sure that they clean up Chishu, because now they can rotate much quicker as well to help Viva. Viva's got to back up here, though. I think not only are they not as stacked a team as 2023 Fnatic, but they also, when their players do take over rounds, it's less often. They can, but it's less often. EDG overwhelmed and won the pistol. I think they did enough here on the first half EDG to win this. I don't think they actually played the defense half that well, but I think they made enough small adjustments of, like, they won that nice rebel fight, they had a good idea for pistol and bonus, so they basically did, like, enough to carry them through to their favored side here of Lotus, I think. I haven't really seen rounds where Simon takes over the game. His utility is fantastic. He's a great support player. But I don't think I've seen a round from Simon where he, like, takes over and becomes the entire map. Maybe there's, like, a round here or there, but not for an extended period of time. Nobody has had a game like that. He had a game like that against Loud on Lotus in 2023. Smoggy has it every now and then, and Chishu and Kangkang have it much more often, but still less often than people like Alpha, yeah, Chronicle, Leo, Durka, you know. Yeah, the Lotus round against Heretics, that was a 1v2. That's not taking over the round, that's winning a clutch. He took over a round of bind at Champs? Can't even really remember that one. Simon has more rounds like that than Boaster, though. Probably. I don't know. Boaster's got some nice clutches out there as well, though. But at the end of the day, that's not even... That's a tangent to the discussion. The roster just isn't as stacked as 2023 Fnatic. It's not even close. Alright, let's have a look at the bonus. Because if EDG win the bonus, XLG are in a lot of trouble. They have Omen Breach here. And this is something that XLG do a lot. And they seem ready for it. Definitely ready for it. Good protocol from EDG. You can tell that they were ready for that. Breach stun. Into the Neon stun as well. Forcing that teleport. Forcing them off the choke. And now they have mount control. And they can do a lot of stuff with that. They could be opening up this door and clearing out the front of B. Could be going back and faking A, ending C. They could full go back and end A. They've heard that drone. Nobody goes for his own drone, clearing up. They hear that, but the Neon's still rotating. This Neon... Oh, Raga, where you going? What do you think, buddy? Wow, what a read. What a read from XLG. They do not buy that this is A at all. Why do they not buy that it's A? What a read, though. Ah! Happy Way with the whiff. He's been so good. YOU, you don't need to take that fight. Alright, whatever, you get to. Crazy way of playing this, though. They had 20 seconds left. They had double trips down on B. Oh, look at that as well. Viva had double trip down like this, and he moved one of his trips so that they stopped the lurk. Just in case his cam doesn't catch the timing. So now you know that this space is clear. What the dickens are we doing with that dart? Surely there's a better way of using that recon dart, man. But they know that this is cut off, which means that they can go this way, and now they've effectively cleared Waterfall and Heaven, which usually, if you didn't have the trip there, you'd be worried that they repositioned into Waterfall on this timing. Good shot, Kangkang. Good shot, Sharp.
这个下一个群体线好像很久啊，只能非常我说干燥的从重生点的位置
It's a big problem for XLG now. It's a big problem.
而且刚才我们也在说，就是今天两个队伍战术
Their economy's in the bin.
相对来说稳定，一个是
They forced Happyweight to swing with the aftershock, and then the rest of EDG just started. The rest of XLG just started swinging as well.
23 Fnatic, or is Valorant just a game where it is very hard to have a back-to-back?
I think we will have a team as dominant as 2023 Fnatic, but that doesn't mean that they'll win everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, there might be a team that's actually better than 2023 Fnatic in terms of having more consistent... Like, so Fnatic went win, fourth? Is that what they did? Something like that? We might have a team that goes like second. Which you could argue is more dominant, I suppose. Because if they lose to a different person every time, they're like clearly the best team of the year over a longer period of time. Or maybe they would like first, second or something. Do you know what I mean? They don't have to get the back-to-back to be... You don't have to get a back-to-back to be a better team than Fnatic. But I think that's what a lot of people are going to focus on. That's not really dominant, is it? I think it is. First, second compared to first, fourth. I don't know. Maybe the phrase dominant implies that you're the best. But you'd certainly be more consistent over the course of the year than Fnatic were. You can still have an era without having to win everything. You don't have to literally win every single trophy. You have to win trophies and you have to be deep, but like an era is defined by who the best team in the world is. The problem with Valorant is that we only have one event every few months, and so basically it's just like whoever wins the fucking event is the best in the world, rather than being able to say, well, okay, we had 3 events over the course of these first 2 months, and Heretics won one of them, finished second at the other 2, so Heretics are actually the best team in the world, even though they didn't win the most recent tournament. You see what I mean? If a team goes first, second, and a different team goes second, first, third, I wouldn't call either dominant. Yeah, I would agree with that. But that's unlikely. Like, if one team goes first, second, what's more likely is that the teams they lost to were totally different. Because there's more variance in the teams that we normally see get up to the top in Valorant. At least Val is better than League when it comes to the number of events? Yeah. But it has to be, because it comes culturally from other TAC FPS games, which tend to have a circuit system. Do you think anybody will have a more dominant run than Fnatic Tokyo in this era of Valorant? How many maps did they lose? I can't really remember. They lost 1 map in the whole run? Doesn't seem likely, does it? They lost Fracture versus EG. Yeah. That makes sense, I just couldn't remember. We need a lock-in kind of event every 4 years, like the Olympics or World Cup. Oh! Oh my god, Happyway nearly beefed that. Breach ult to clear out water. Smoggy trying to push. Unfortunately, didn't find anybody there to fight. So now if you plant, you're worried about CT. So Simon has to tap, try to bait out a fight CT. He's like, okay, well, they're not CT. So they must be on the flank. Nope, they're re-clearing waterfall right now. Nice from Raga. I mean, Smoggy, just once you get caught by that dart, you're in a tough spot. Happyway got baited for really well there, but he was so close to whiffing it. I'd love to see a Valorant World Cup, but I think a Valorant World Cup has to be run by Riot, or has to be like officially endorsed and marketed by Riot. Not just like Blast Spike Nations. There has to be a reason for participating. Personally, I think digital goods are the answer. I think digital goods of the countries who make it into the top 4 or something have like they make a digital good of that country. I don't know what it is, like it's, you know, Brazilian flag or whatever you can use as a title card, or they make a skin for the winning team or something, and then the players get a cut of the revenue, because like the prize pool wouldn't come close to the players' revenue share there of the digital goods, and the players would want to participate. Another round where Happy Way is played in. The Kangkang round. Wait, Kangkang is turning up here. This feels more like watching Champs Kangkang. His brain's moving quicker. He gets the plant down as well before the breach shell comes through. They're still at a player disadvantage. What a shot! This game's heating up. Oh man, Kangkang is warm now. Yeah, he's the fucking GOAT. Okay. That is the guy I've been waiting for. Where's he been hiding? Where's he been hiding? That's a Kangkang round. Holy shit, the GOAT has returned. Because that was actually quite nice, the way that they kind of used the Sova to bait for Happy Way. Good shot by nobody as well to shut down Raga, but Kangkang took over. Slid under the Cypher trap? I mean, he still got caught by it. Would you rather have Kangkang or Aspas as your duelist? So what, I'm starting a team, brand new team, and I have to pick one of them. And we're assuming that they have the Babelfish from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in their ear, so they can understand every language, right? I think that's a great question. I think I'm taking Aspas because I think I could fit other players that like playing that more slower controlled style well around him. And I think that it might have more consistency on a super team if, you know, like I was building one, to be able to allow the other players to have a bit more impact than just putting a lot of resources into Kangkang. Oh, Coconut getting the push onto Chishu. Am I going mad, or did I hear the casters just call him Chosho instead of Chishu? Is that just a nickname for him, Chosho? Or am I mishearing? That's his nickname, Chosho? But that's a nickname, right? Like, if the casters were trying to pronounce it fully, they wouldn't say Shosho. They would say Shisho or something. Am I right? Okay, when you're typing your Qs and your Is and your Us, you're expecting that to be able to breach the language gap, and it really isn't doing what you think it's doing. Because I'm looking at the chat and I'm seeing Kui or Q or something, and that is not the noise that I'm hearing at all. I'm too... You can't be... You gotta dumb it down for me over there. I'm too stupid for that. Raga just got out.
Keep in mind, Baldy MC boldface, that Fnatic 2023 regular season was ridiculously dominant.
Yes.
Like 18-1 in regular season maps.
Yes. Yeah, they were utterly ridiculous in the regular season as well. I don't think there will be a team over that period of time that'll be as dominant as Fnatic were from lock-in to end of Tokyo. But if you're only looking at international stuff, it's possible that someone might overtake them in the 3 events, like, all together. Coffee Wanker, thank you for the 12 months. Instead of the best duelist for Team Fit, if all of the players were in 1v1s, who would win? What? I've no idea. I've no idea. I don't know. Coffee Wanker? That's his name, Coffee Wanker. What else is it? It's Coffee, WNKR. Coffee Winker? What are you winking at a cup of coffee for? Coffee Wonka. I'm a policy wonk. I'm a coffee wonk. The egg is right? Of course it is. Of course it is. You have pretentious views about coffee. You're not unusual. Plenty of people are pretentious about coffee. But it does make you a coffee wanker. NIPCS was the roaster. You're wrong stream, buddy. I can give you some signposts if you like. You want help? Counter-Strike's over there. Oh, re-clear. Out through Mound. Ah, they were so close to catching EDG. They did catch EDG with the ult. So they stun into Sova ult and push them as well with Paranoia. They've used a lot of their util. They've used Paranoia, used stun and recon, but those will come back online. But they also use the Sova ult. But they got a pick out of it, and I think that is worth. Good peek from YOU. EDG look a little bit lost. I don't know what Smoggy and Chichu were up to there. They got caged off and decided to both make solo plays, and now they're in a 2v5. Maybe EDG are good enough that they'll be able to make this close. The problem is that Simon's going to have breach shot when he loses this round. So now EDG could run some kind of fast play. They could run a fast play into B. They know that EDG have not been fighting... Sorry, they know that XLG have not been fighting super heavy over B, but there was that one round where they played both sides of the choke point. But you could try running a fast B play this round. You just have to hard clear left. You could also try to take mount control, bait them into taking some kind of fight, and then go into B. What's the XLG breach's name? YOU. Loxa! Ooh, thank you for the prime. EDG actually decided to take this fully over towards A. Double trip setup to try to get through, plus the cam. Cam in case this is a fake. Oh, it's not. Here comes the breach ult. You are screwed, Viva. What the fuck is going on there? Why is Kong Kong swinging back into Viva instead of tucking and allowing him to get traded out? He knew he was stunned. Trying to do a flood retake though, and I was going to say it looks like it's going to be successful, but EDG got one. Good trades though from YOU. Very nice from YOU. The Smogger? Oh, YOU's having a great game. 11-11. Wait a second. EDG might end up not converting here. I thought they'd done enough. I really thought they'd done enough. That's a toss from Kong Kong. Yep, they got Breach Hell back online as well. What team was YOU on before? This one. Raga, Happyway, and YOU have been on XLG in their run through Ascension. What the hell is going on? Everybody's stunned. Everybody's stunned. And now Smoggy is going to die. Just get out of there and you know that you're in a 4v3 retake. Goodbye. At least Simon can pick up the rifle. YOU wasn't on the Ascension team? Wasn't he? I can't remember, man. He was on Trace last year? Was he? I don't remember that at all. He was on Trace when they 2-0'd EDG? Yeah, well, also when they lost to EDG in the final. Got kicked for Bianca mid-season. Oh, yeah! Yes, when they got Bianca in from Billy. God, that's a crazy situation. XLG about to win this. Overtime? Any overtime lovers? Got Sova ult, Neon ult. You just don't know where XLG are fighting at the start of these rounds. Like, it's so likely that they're fighting here, but they've swapped their setup around this time. So the strong side of the map is over towards A, and the Cypher's trying to reinforce the weak side of the map. I mean, B is the weak middle of the map, I suppose, but they have the cam for information, and then they're going to play retake. At the moment, B is really open. And to be honest, I'd favor EDG if they ended up going there. They look like they might be as well. These two players open the door. They're trying to pull rotates at the moment to C and then finish B, but if they do that, they're going to start pulling these guys over towards defending B. This is the thing that Steel would always mauled about when people did on macro. Was try to pull the defenders C and then hit B. Okay, these guys have come back around to go for the C exec. That Sova ult could not have been better placed at the beginning. Only caught one pulse though. They haven't broken this trip. Could that still get value? Surely not, right? No, there it goes. Okay, stun, down a good line. In comes Kankan. In comes Raga, sorry. EDG are fragging out. They're playing really well off each other. Nice post-plant positions. Not enough utility coming through there from XLG. We're going to overtime, baby! Let's go! Why can't they draw and hug it out, though? Oh, that would be cute. That would be very cute. Double Odin op. Double Odin op. From EDG on defense. No, okay. Rifle. Only one Odin. I mean, they know what this rubble exec looks like from XLG, because XLG would mostly just doing the same thing every time. They wall like this, Raga runs alongside of it, then comes out of it this way to be able to reinforce the Omen TP, and the others step up onto route. Nobody's trying to bait for... Does anyone think about Shishu? Why is Shishu holding paranoia? It's not like they're gonna... What would you paranoia here? How would you even follow up? I don't get it. Ah, they checked it! Nobody wasn't baiting well enough for Chishu.
是这个位置是常规要传，那点内现在这把奥丁他就有点难受了，能接几个前点的位置。
And now nobody can get pushed from both sides. It's all just timing here for nobody. No. Chose the wrong side. It's over. Advantage XLG by the look of things. Barring any Kong magic. I mean, you're just dead. You're just dead. Oh, he dodged it. He dodged it, but they saw him. And he still killed one. And he still killed two! The Kong magic! He's holding the angle. They can start to stick. EDG. One bullet left. They got half. There's no way, though. There's no way. Ah, he tried to pop his Neon ultimate and get another slide and slide onto them. He's trying to get there, tap, pop Neon ult, slide onto them. But they were already on top of him. They, honestly, Kong, great try. Great try. If it wasn't for Raga's post-plant flank, they would have had that round. That stun in particular is very nice. Bouncing it off the wall so that it lands right at the pillar there to clear that off angle. Ooh. Very nice. EDGs to win. Sorry, what am I talking about? XLGs to win. XLG's map to win here. Oh my god, Raga. Raga. He actually did a shit ton of damage, man. He did so much extra damage there. Oh, and Coconut gets smoked. Another round of OT? Yes, please. Wait, did they die to that? Nobody just took a chunk of damage from it. They're so weak. It might actually be doable, this 2v4, you know? Oh, good trade. Oh, he's just walked. What? How did he not walk in front of Smoggy? What happened? 1v1 and Kaka's got no health! What the hell? How did he... I don't understand. How did that map just end like that? What? He's what? He's just walked through a smoke. He should have walked right in front of Smoggy. There wasn't even any space to walk behind Smoggy. We watched it from Smoggy's POV and it was like... dude, let me see that in the replay, man. Inside the smoke from Happy Way's POV there, that did not look like that was possible. It looked like there was no gap. Oh my god, he just moved forward for a second. Smoggy was stood right next to the smoke and then he walked forward just as Happy Way walked forwards. So Smoggy didn't even get the, like, you know, the feel where you walk backwards into someone. Oh, that is a ridiculous timing there. That is ridiculous. Oh, he just moved the tiniest bit away from the smoke. But all of that damage, man, all of the damage that was done earlier did make the 2v4 winnable. Because the final fight was not a fair one. Kong was under 40 HP, I think. He just took one body shot and he was dead. Couldn't have found a more perfect way of ending that map, XLG. Holy shit. Doesn't that mean the smoke is bad? I mean, yeah, their positioning was not great, but they also didn't know where the final player was coming from. They thought he was coming from stairs. He ended up coming from rubble behind them. And I think 9 times out of 10, Happy Way is not pulling off that 1v3, but he just found the perfect timing. Oh, he got a headshot through the box. Kong wasn't one of the weak players, was he? Alright, so maybe the damage didn't end up being as important. Holy shit. Am I watching Shopify Rebellion Qual tonight? Ah, yeah, good point. Is that... When is that on? I remember you guys telling me about it. That they're one match away from challengers. Didn't you say that they had to beat Winthrop? Ah, I see. So they lost the game against Winthrop. So they didn't qualify. And now they beat FlyQuest Red, and now they have to beat Funhavers to qualify. It's not being streamed? I mean, it looks like it is. It's got the video on it. VLR says it's going to be streamed. Check the FlyQuest scores. Holy destroyed. I mean, it's not like FlyQuest did badly as well, I suppose, getting to this point in the tournament. But goodbye. Goodbye, you're gone. You're gone. So they all went through the open qualifier, did they? Funhavers. No? Did they not go through the open qualifier? Oh, they were invited to the closed qualifier. I see. Wait, so when you guys were pogging out of control that Shopify were one away from qualifying to challengers, they'd won a single match against Pigeons. Okay, maybe, even if Shopify do end up winning this game against Funhavers, you all need to calm the fuck down. You can't be that, like, I thought they had run their way through a crazy bracket. They got invited and won one game against Pigeons, and you were pogging your minds out at the fact that they were going to make it to challengers. It's almost more satisfying the run that they've done now. Oh, people were coming into my chat like they're about to make history. And they'd beaten Pigeons 13-11, 13-10. I mean, they might well still make history, but but you might have jumped the gun on the excitement a tad. Why am I laughing? Because people were so excited about them beating Pigeons. Right. Okay. I mean, they've done... So currently, they've still only beaten Pigeons and another Game Changers team, though. This one is really big. Really big. Who's on the Funhavers roster? I don't recognize them, but I don't know Tier 2 very much. Are they a decent squad? I mean, they got through the open quals. Yeah, they only got beaten by Blue Otter in this one, who were one of the teams that went through. They lost to the Plug, but so did 100 Thieves. So, maybe a different Plug, who knows? Ah, I see, I see. And then they go into the Swiss stage with all of these other teams. Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely have deserved their spot, though, if they beat Funhavers. But I think it would be unreasonable to compare this run to some of the runs that, like, Cloud9 White and Shopify themselves have tried to go on in the past. Because that time they had to go through, like, grueling brackets. And even if you're a better team, you can still get beat. You can still get upset at some point in a single elim bracket. You know. That's why the open quals were so brutal in the past, where you had like Sentinels after they came back from Reykjavik losing to, who was it? Who did they lose to? It was a crazy meme in the Valorant community. BBG, yeah, they lost to Big Bald Gamers. Should people not be happy if they get in? Oh, absolutely they should be happy if they get in. But what I'm saying is they shouldn't be looking back at old Game Changers rosters and being like, you know, those teams were shit, these are so much better. It's a different scenario. Then again, would the other teams have qualified if they got invited to this portion of the bracket? Probably not. The Shopify Rebellion team looks like it's very good. I don't know, maybe old Shopify would have been able to. I'm not really sure. It's the same team. No, it's not. They don't have Floor, they have Dodonut. But I see what you mean. Wasn't it Carpe Noctem that beat 100 Thieves? They also did that. They also did that. How's their new player? I mean, I haven't watched any of Shopify Rebellion with Dodonut, but I watched Dodonut play in Game Changers, and she was very good. She looked like one of the other players that you would consider playing in, like, you know, Tier 2 or maybe Tier 1. Shopify Rebellion's been invited to the Swiss stage? No, I don't. Oh, right. You mean the not Game Changers team. Right. Will Shopify Rebellion and Shopify Rebellion Game Changers be in the same league then? I believe so. I think that's one of the weird things about Game Changers is that they tried to encourage...
Dr. G is winning it all. Masters Toronto winners Dr. G.
Dr. G. So they tried to encourage investment in the Game Changers scene by relaxing a lot of the rules. And one of the rules is you're allowed to have a Game Changers team in with your, you know, main team in some of these tournaments. And it's good on one hand because it means that there's more investment in the Game Changers scene that there otherwise might not be, because people might prioritize a roster they think of as being better over the Game Changers roster. But it's bad in that there is real conflict of interest. I mean, there definitely is enormous conflict of interest issues there. So far, we haven't really had to worry about that because it's just functioned as you get all of the good without any of the bad, because we haven't really seen those orgs have to be in the same regions. But yeah, you're totally correct. What if they happen to play against each other? Then you just have to fucking hope that they both want to win, and there isn't some scenario where throwing is better. Winthrop University's cracked? Yeah, they're good. EDG running the Nobody Tejo with Vice. Have we seen them run this before? I remember Simon running Tejo. I don't remember watching Nobody. So they're not running the Vice Deadlock idea. They also... I feel like they're going to be missing info from Sky Flashes. The thing is, the Sky gives you 3 pieces of info util in a round. The Fade gives you 3 pieces of util info in a round. The Teo gives you 1, and the KO gives you 1 on a refresh, so more like probably 2 pieces of info and then maybe 1 more in the post plan. So even though they have knife and drone, they might still be lacking a bit. I think a lot of this comes down to how much Nobody has cooked on Tejo, and I really don't trust it compared to Simon. Simon's supportive utility is way better than Nobody's. This might be... I mean, probably EDG will either win this or lose this based off their own play, rather than it being on XLG. Well, flash broken immediately. Tejo forces them out into the open, but it doesn't matter because they have the Viper wall. Do they clear this? Yes, Nobody clears it. Raga swings. They do wrap around from short, though, because it took them so long to take the Showers fight.
能，但是盖可这边的技能还是
3v3
而且 YOU 手里的2颗
No real post ban
啊。
util. But you've killed Coconut, so you're not worried about smokes. So you can play off site a bit. How did EDG lose map 1? They really lost it in the second half, to be honest with you. Just XLG coming out with some crazy shit. There goes the wingman. Oh my god, there goes Kangkang. Wow. That was actually quite nice. Shishu with the sheriff denies the wingman, kind of through the wall without exposing himself, and then Kangkang comes barreling in with his one blast pack from short. Good reposition. Okay, it's not surprising that EDG are not playing that well at the beginning of the season. It actually follows a pretty normal pattern that we see, that when you try, you go to the very limits of your burnout to win a championship. You need to relax a little bit afterwards. You can't keep up that pace. Oh my god, you're so lucky, Coconut. You realized there was a tiny little gap there. And then he runs back into the nade. Okay, he dodged the Teo nade, but he ran into the Raze nade. Yeah. EDG were messing around in the off-season, just playing tournaments because they contractually had to play. And like you said, Nadola, XLG were like trying their fucking hardest in Tier 2, changing RGLs and players like Viva getting them integrated into the team really well. Okay, I don't think there's really any need to do that, but it gets Kangkang the ult orb as well. Yeah, actually, you're right, Silwin. They do have Vice Flash. I might be underrating the Vice Flash, especially on defense. But, I mean, also on the attack side, actually. The Vice... so the Boombot is like... Okay, it's the Boombot. You use it one time in the round just to clear a certain space. It's not really great util. It's more map control. But the Vice Flash can be really good. I mean, Vice Flashing into hookah, Vice Flashing into short for info, Vice Flashing into showers and stuff. Like, the Vice Flash on the attack side, you're right, is a really useful piece of info util. Hello, Aaron Boy? What would you like? Oh! You look fucking awesome! Damn, you're looking disco as hell. Those look great. Yeah, they look great. I can tell that they're a similar cut to the other ones that you have as well. Yeah. Yeah, it looks great. It looks fabulous. Yeah, it looks great. And so you're going to attach the jumpsuit top to that. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, you're bossing it. I love it. Oh my god, I just missed a ridiculous play, I think. Yeah, let me know if you want any food or drinks. I'm your porter. You're a little hungry? What would you like? No, we do. We've got the peanut noodle. Would you like some peanut noodle? You may get some peanut noodle. Okay, chat. I'm leaving you for a moment because my wife has needs.
Novali 这波的话还是非常的关键啊。其实一度已经是给到 XLG 顶回来的一个站位的空间了。
皮蛋的了，这个皮蛋不怂。要小心这个点位啊！这个吃过一次亏之后，我觉得都是，但主要是这个代价太大了，这是自己的长枪回合。
来了，这是我们熟悉的，就是靠着两段精准投放，然后来抢点。
哎，头皮位。
左侧靠着自己的小车搜，然后呢后侧来靠着两段精准投放来清完以后再抢前点。今天能够明显的感到他的技能投送比昨天要清晰了很多啊。
那不能提了，这波蛇纹给上来以后，康康其实也忍住了，他很清楚自己就算进去了，队友也是完全跟进不了的。
对，而且你也收集到了 B 场是有信息的。但毕竟是一个不确切的信息啊，到底是单人在挂呢，还是有多人在摸？
第二时间4个人全部绕到了 B 通的位置，这个时候 Happy 为手里已经没有能够任何自保的技能，他只有一把正义在自己的手上，能接几个？
没炸中。
那 Nobody 还是成功的蹲下来解决掉，但 Raga 在原点能够补掉3个，接3个。
B 场他要接光了呀，32滴血，但是队友的协同已经来了，不过被火逼出来，还能再送。2楼位置小头皮4杀入手 ，Raga 对于 B 点牢牢的掌控力，而且标丢已经赶到了，再靠一颗雷，把对方完全逼了出去，一奶上身，满血，
剩余30秒。
这 Raga 我觉得是完美的向大家诠释了什么叫英雄狂徒啊！就这一把狂徒守住了这个点。那现在对于 Smokey 来说，局面很绝望，而且他这4把枪掉在这儿，他更绝望了。这枪是守也不好守啊。
是的，上一分的 Nobody EDG， 这一分
Hello
的
chat room.
Raga
It is I Canadaman and I have taken over the stream. All money earned will go to me now.
是的。因为这个回合 EDG 实际上是投入了非常多的技能给这个 B2楼，所以他们下意识的给 B 通的技能实际上是少了很多的。
兄弟们捡枪了
啊！哇，
对，而且
丰收了。
其实结合你刚才这个来说的话，刚才因为我们聊到一个就是技能优化的问题，不光是对于 B 点，比如说 B2楼的一个技能全覆盖的优化，另外一点确实像我们赛前聊到的，就是加入了 KO 之后，对于
Canada man was not democratically elected.
其实今天你会发现它都是一个什么呢？全覆盖。啊，我们现在只是在聊技能的问题，但是呢，刚才这一分这种纯个人发挥，咱就没有太多可说的了啊。
其实投资了非常多的技能了。
对。
但是可能更多的是给到了前点的位置。Happy Way 这一把，其实他也是被逼到没有说任何的技能了，只剩一把正义。但 Raga 原点真的是用自己的枪说话了这一分。
啊，而且这一分的话，也是 XLG 啊，在自己完成了eco 加上一把英雄狂徒的翻分之后，自己选择了喊暂停，因为这把的话有枪啊，然后能力也非常好。而且他们现在整个的战术，我们现在看起来
I took over with force, but do not worry, citizens. I want what's best for the people.
Canada man trying to live his life in the sun before he gets fucking annexed by the crazy country that's settled into the south. Right, should I go back and look at those previous 2 rounds? We won't be live, but sounds like I missed back-to-back highlights. Yeah, it's early enough in the game. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
没有也被带走。
是的，自己的技能铺在守家门口的时候是很难进的。
皮蛋搜，皮蛋是不是好像没有搜到这儿
Oh my god, nobody checked. Oh my god, that's so nice from nobody.
连手3人位置暴露，但是问题不大。
That's devastating for XLG. That is devastating. Wait, how was there a highlight on this round? This is an eco round for XLG. Oh, that's a nice try. I've never thought to play that angle before, really. Kang Kang waiting for Simon to get pushed up down B long, maybe? They know that this won't be long.
Even though this is my stream now, I will give you permission to entertain us.
Oh, okay. How gracious of you. How gracious. How magnanimous. Okay. Oh, Raga. Oh, Raga! He just forced up this gun and got 3k, 4k with it. He just forced up a rifle and got a 4k with it. A heal as well. And then he's just trying to save.
Raga 手里有晚焰火，前点可以来适当的做一些适当的前顶，然后呢，对 EDG 这一边，因为是有了
Okay, we'll catch up to live fairly quickly now.
还是不管抢 B2还是看 A 小
That's ridiculous.
大招的配合今天优化的怎么样
I mean, it kind of just played out though that they ended up trading rounds off each other. Both Razes are really close to Razel. Knife over here has found both initiators. I think. Oh, that flash from Simon is perfect. He's always got such great util, Simon. Oh, he gets caught though. He didn't jump around the corner. Chishu! Wait, he's so good. He's so nice with it. Nobody throwing no help util for him, by the way. Had his missiles online. Didn't even think to try to help Shishu there. They're saving, so we're going to go forwards. Alright, massive ults now online for EDG. Oh. Ooh. Wow, what a swing from Simon while Raga was distracted. And there's the power of the Raze ult. You just immediately take space with it and get the kill. Well, this round's over. This round, honestly, boys, this is a save. Yep, they're already saving. And we're back to live. We'll speed back up a little. Alright. They just knew he would win. Nobody's like, I'm going to save this missile for post-ban, actually. I have full belief in Shishu. Alright, so ult cycle is starting to get online for XLG. They've had this Raze ult for a while, but they're starting to get the others up. Viva is literally just waiting to respond based off the noise. Vice wall, and they have been putting Simon on the opposite side of the map quite a bit, but this round they just nuke halls. Now why don't they do that if the knife catches info? Why not knife, and if the knife sees someone or is broken, then you send that util. Teo ult forces Coconut into a different position, and they do get the kill. Simon gets knocked, but then the Vice ult forces them to use pistols. Can they clear Happy Way? I don't know that they can. He's got the weapon back now. Oh, that's a ridiculous play by Happy Way. Just brute forces his way into the fight against nobody. Happy Way's had some very good rounds for XLG.
KO 这个是已经提前打掉，趴在地上了，是最后爆出来的。但是他这一次也是真的是在这个前点就转起来了，成功的守护住了啊这一分。是的，但是确实对于 EDG 来说，这一边还是比较艰难了，因为知道对方的回防在路上。这个末日审判哦，你要么就是别被他碰到一点，你要是这个脚趾头被碰到了，都是受不了的。对，特别的疼。刚刚 Viva 是很想出来，趁着这个大招推过来，想要先去补枪，再往后退。
They almost have Brimall. Both.
是的。现在的话 ，Raga 也
Flash makes it feel like they're pushing, so you spam into the smoke.
还有这个信息的一个获取。
Two caught, not Coconut.
进攻明局的这个推进确实有点太凶了啊。
You know there's 3B though. If the two initiators are getting caught over here, there's going to be somebody else covering. Which means that A is going to be weak, only have 2 people on it. But do you expect Happy Way to be here? You know that Chishu has been... Oh, I mean, that flash not catching anyone? Yeah. Op taking contact here, and a great outplay by Happy Way. He knows exactly how Chishu is taking space in showers, and he's just gotten in front of the Vice Flash and completely owned him. Very cringe angle, Usama. Very cringe. A great idea against a Vice. The XLG players are really smart. I enjoy watching them. They do such good stuff. Like that, for example, comboing the Dizzy there just as the orb was about to go down. It gets broken, but... Yeah. Very good, very good. The classic nobody feed? No, I mean, nobody is zip zap zooping all over the place. Yeah, he's just running through with the spike. He throws a stun down over towards bench, and he's just... They're in a 3v5, so I think he's just like, fuck it. Either I've caught someone in my stun and it's a good play, or we'd lost the round anyway, so whatever.
说是要打一小全覆盖的话，那么对方应该是预示要有人单摸，然后呢，而且 EDG 已经是连续做了3分的，就是第2楼的一个道具佯攻，然后同时再转 A 小这个思路。
XLG look better than Bilibili. I agree with you, but they also lost to Bilibili. So you know what I mean? It's like XLG play better Valorant, but they didn't actually win. They play like more sensible Valorant, better coordination, better util usage, but at the end of the day, it's an FPS game. You get shot, you die. And Bilibili did a lot of good individual stuff of taking their timings, Wisey was popping off, and so they beat them. So, like, I'm there with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I also think XLG are going to be better in the future than Bilibili. But at the moment, the match results say otherwise. First to what round? Same as CSGO? No, same as CS2 though. It's MR12, so it's first to 13. What am I munching on? I just opened up a packet of mini cheddars. Jacob's mini cheddars. It's like they took a cheese cracker and made it into a crisp.
这个还是跟之前的一个默认差不多，先给到 B2 楼压力，而且这一次他们是给到了A 点一个0点秀探。平之虎已经跳上来了，看清，哦呦，平之虎看到2人，已经知道了对手的一个主攻克。花找不到藏在凹槽里的人，这样会骗到绝叫，但是这个闪身正好是有一点看到人了。
Here comes Kang Kang.
虚了，康康已经是直接跳回来，这个距离判官在喷，有点尴尬。
Nothing Raga could do there. He was guaranteed gonna die by being pinched by Chishu and Kang Kang. They had an extraordinary amount of ults this round, XLG, but they just got caught. Couldn't keep hookah control and then ended up getting pinched in garden. And now in a 3v5, you don't really want to use the ults. Now you might want to use the ults. They don't have very much time though. That little wingman was fucking trying his best. That's actually a lot of eco damage. Unfortunately, EDG have a lot of rounds, but their economy's not out of control. You could still knock them onto an eco this half. Have you had the red Leicester mini cheddars? No, I haven't. Where did the wingman come from? From the gecko? Viva turned around and threw the wingman before he took the fight in garden. No shot Leicester is pronounced Leicester. Yeah, unfortunately it is. You don't want me to go through all of these British fucking... Mostly English, actually. Actually, no, not mostly English. I mean, the Scottish and the Welsh have got some fucking crazy names as well. That's a shot and a half. You can't die here before using your ults, though, XLG. I'm worried they're going to... Oh, no. Happy Way outplays Chishu again. Happy Way is diffing Chishu in this map.
但是这一刻的话，也是帮助自己拉到了一个平人数的阶段。不过现在爆能器啊，第一时间也是进不去了，而且时间现在还有45秒。现在要看一下 A 点能不能摸过去了。预示这一侧3枚已经提前就位了，而且他还
Yeah, Irish person names are crazy because they use letter combinations to produce sounds that don't match up to other languages at all. But that's cool. It's unique.
A 前点给上了非常多这种燃烧弹类的技能去拖延时间，
炼狱也是靠着自己的大招清理小黑屋，死点也是标了位置，没有给到任何机会，但是有机会，哎，有 timing 吗？贴到位上正好被抓了，康康能够先补回来一个人，二刀还有康康的转火。
Okay, Kang really tried that, but yeah, they got stalled out a little bit there, even though they had that player advantage from the beginning of the round. The ults finally came through. And the plant denial into forcing bad fights in backside ends up being a win condition again.
但是爆能器因为要处理的位置太多了，爆能器整个的技能速度来的是比较慢的啊，下包踩位的一个速度还是偏慢了一些。XLG 的一个配合速度来。
Yeah, I mean they have.
而且 YU 这里手里也有终极技能，能够去分割这个战场，拖延安置爆能器的时间，让 EDG 在最后很。
They had Brimble and they had Gecko out there to try to deny the plant, and they actually got into positions to use them. So EDG were forced to fight forwards, and there was players covering from heaven. But now it looks like EDG are just gonna try to do the same thing again, and they're like, well, fuck it, they don't have the ults this time. Ah! They didn't look towards the right side at all. Just tunnel visioned. Kang tunnel visioned and got shot in the back of the head.
先接下来看一下啊，人数的劣势很明显，配枪的劣势，血量的劣势。EDG
should be this round over. I mean, the weaponry for EDG is not good enough. And this is that eco round that I was talking about when I was saying that they kept the EDG's economy honest. When they went for the retake and they lost, but everybody died to the spike. I think DRG could beat XLG. Yeah, it's definitely possible. DRG might be a more skilled roster than XLG. I think XLG plays a little bit better Valorant. And I think that they have a couple players who are popping off right now as well. Like Happyway's playing super well for XLG. And I think Raga's playing pretty well too. Happy's a shooter. He's not just a shooter though, he's taking such good, smart fights. Actually, Viva was playing pretty well earlier on in the tournament too, but he normally plays Sentinel, so it's a bit weird seeing him on Gecko. Or he plays like Sentinel smokes kind of stuff for them. You just have 1,000 years to dodge this ultimate. And now he's back in with the Judge. He's got a Judge and then a Vandal to swap to, man. Where? Who are you jumping through for? Where's your player to jump? Where's the trade for nobody? Why is he jumping through alone? That's a two-man play. Oh, happy wait. Not quite being able to win that duel. Any clearance on bench? Oh, wow, that wide swing is cool. KO nade into the Brim Molly. That is devastating post-plant utility that they've been throwing recently, actually. They had a similar thing over towards B as well. Do XLG lack in firepower? I would say a tad. A tad. Because I think the teams that they're competing against tend to be a bit more stacked than they are. It's not that they are bad players, though. It's just the sum total of their firepower is lacking a bit compared to, like, the other top 3-ish teams in China. Is Taeho ult better post-plant than taking sight? It can be used for both. It's not it's not as simple as they're all doing it backwards. Oh god, that's funny. Oh, there we go, there we go. You got an LA. Ah, no, not quite. You didn't quite get it going. There we go. You popped off. You popped off. The LA representation. Ah, it's so funny watching it bend people's brains. It's like, who was doing it to me a while back? somebody, I think it might have been like Vansili or somebody, did one to me, and it fucked my entire world up. Let me see if I can remember what he was doing. He was doing like... Oh, I can't remember. It was something about like a circle on your eye or something. Fuck, I'm sure you guys have seen it. It probably went big on TikTok. That's probably why he was doing it to me. I just hadn't seen it. But it was like some kind of thing on the eye, and then you had to turn it, and like you could get your arm out of it, but the most like natural way of doing it, you fucked it up. I can't remember exactly what it was. Honestly, maybe I'm going mad. Maybe it was like this. It was something like this, and then he like pulled his arms apart and he was like, "Look, it's so easy." But then when I went to do it, my fucking hands were crossed and I couldn't. I don't know. It was something like that. I can't remember. But it cooked my brain. The Deli Ali celebration. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. There's no way EDG and FPX both lose to Ascension teams and end up not making Bangkok, right? It's definitely possible. It is definitely possible. XLG normally have really nice pistol round ideas as well here. So this time they've contacted right up to the Vice Wall. And they look like they're waiting to explode. They're trying to take slow hookah control. But Happy Way gets owned. They have the site. And they've smoked off all three of the places they can get pushed from. But now it's important that XLG actually takes some post-plant control. Alright, so now they're going over towards Elbow, but it's getting pinged out. You see these pings? The players in hookah or the players back here can hear that. Or they expect that. So they've even smoked it off. So the retakers have smoked off Elbow. Very nice control from EDG. And Kang is diffing them in terms of skill. He wins an easy 1v1 against Happy Way and then cooks the players in Elbow and Shed. So, despite XLG having some sensible ideas on the pistol round, EDG were ready for it and outplayed them. What happened to EDG this year? They play really bad recently? They're not really. They're not playing really badly. The competition in China has gotten better, and they're not playing at their peak, but they're not playing really badly. I think that's just people reacting to them being in the lower bracket. Some of what they're doing is bad. The Trace game, if you only watch the Trace game, you would think this team is shit. But the EDG game against Nova, EDG were playing pretty good. Simon's clearly been a good addition to the team. His support utility continues to be excellent. But they're just not... Oh my god. They're not playing that, like, incredible level that Kang and Chichu hit at Champions. To be honest, Smoggy was also amazing at Champions, but that was mostly on the Clove on Lotus, and he hasn't really been able to replicate that again. Okay, EDG looked shaky regionally, but they still always won Newbie Warrior. They are not winning this tournament. I would put money on it. Even if they recover and win this game, they're not winning this tournament. This is it's the dawn of a new age in China. Doesn't Simon have problems being Taiwanese? What kind of problems? Like they can communicate properly, they're culturally able to identify with each other, like what? We've seen that plenty of times, like people from Taiwan or Macau playing in the Chinese circuit and having a lot of success. Oh my god, please lose this round, thank you. I mean, that is so silly. The really nice opener to the round from XLG, like quad facing with the crouch peeks into showers to get themselves the first kill. And that is a ludicrous way of playing the 2v2 at the end there from Kang, man. That's so fucking silly. Yeah, he could have used the blast bang to push them off the plant. And he used it to fucking launch himself forward with a bucky. Put your left finger on the left side of your nose and the right one on the right side of your nose. Then cross your left arm over your right. Okay? Done it. Now what? Can I stop now? That's it? You just fucking... That's the whole thing. Just staying like that now. Okay. Pull them apart. Okay. Molly yourself now. Do this for 1 hour daily to clean up your sinus issues. Wow, they're kind of walking around the map cooking them with these sheriffs. Do they recognize Smoggy is what I was about to finish the sentence with, but he went 1 for 1, so it's not devastating for them. That is a completely unnecessary push, Raga. Raga has not really been feeding in this game, but that was a feed. Why the F are you not playing Marvel Rivals? What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why the fuck are you not at the cinema? Are we all just gonna ask each other why we're not, like, why we're not happening to be consuming different pieces of media at the moment? What do you mean? It's just utterly irrelevant. This is cinema. Truth. Because I'm working? Used to be one of the funniest guys streaming Overwatch. I know, I fell off. I fell off so fucking hard. Honestly, I do miss playing Overwatch because it was so funny to troll people in that game. I'm doing it a little bit in Valorant these days on my NA account, but it doesn't hit the same. I've got to agree with you. Valorant, it's not as fun to troll. You have to be so much better than other people in your game to troll and have fun playing Valorant. Whereas in Overwatch, it was easier to troll, throw a team fight away, and then try to pull it back at the end. Alright, so you spot the Vice over towards B. You're expecting that the Vice wall is going to be here again. If you want to bait it out, it's very difficult. At least without taking some hookah control. Why is nobody not worried about hookah at all? Why is nobody taking the fight whilst Shishu plays elbow? Why, like, if you're going to drop back into that kind of setup, first of all, you need some kind of level of protection over hookah. But also, why not set up some kind of, like, high-low and both play off of it? Like, Chishu is watching hookah, but, like, nobody could be killed from here, and Chishu would not have a clue. He can get killed from here as well. How have we gone back to no brain nobody after he just IGL'd his team to a champs win? What is going on?
XLG 又是拿到人数优势之后的放缓速度，经营接触，想要换到更多。但这个位置的话，要提速了，要快摘康康的，不然康康这个大招威胁太大了，在这个站位。这个要找人，找到了Smoggy的位置呀，玩焰火两个。Oh, Raga tried to go for the outplay, but Kankan was already there. It's very difficult to jump like that. Oh my god, they're just full facing them. They don't even need nobody. It's really difficult to outplay arrays when you're stuck in showers because the movement is so limited. They just got diffed there by the aim. The EDG players picked the timing. Obviously, they killed Raga. But they picked the timing, realizing that that was an A-split, and swung at them on short. They might have just saved this map for themselves with that. No, it's still nobody IGLing for them ultimately. This Vice Wall is dog water? I don't really agree with Bren there. So Bren wants the Vice Wall to be like deeper down B long, right? Because he wants you to fight for more space down B long. And I think that would be fine if you did that occasionally, but I think this makes the most sense as a default Vice Wall on B, because it's the hardest to bait out without exposing yourself to people playing on-site angles. If there's somebody playing shed, if there's somebody playing on-site, if there's somebody playing under hookah, and you go for that kind of like, we
you need util to get up garden in the first place. So the players on site have some idea that you're going in that direction, right? There's either going to be somebody jiggle peeking B long, or they hear you using a flash or a knife or whatever it is. So then the defenders are just watching the wall, and they know you're going to bait that wall out. Because you can't just send it in. Otherwise, your exec is going to get split off, and the people on site are going to kill you all. So you have to bait the vice wall as an attacker. And that means the defenders can just watch the vice wall and try to punish you as you're trying to bait it. And it creates it creates really awkward situations for the attackers to work around. I'm fine with them doing the Bren's wall sometimes, but it's much more difficult to punish this one. If they did it here, like Bren wanted, so that you could slip in this way, okay, I'm okay with that. But if you do it too deep, hello, we're getting the deep wall. So let's see, is this more or less difficult for XLG to bait out? The deep wall that Bren's talking about. So they're dogging, trying to take some space. I've got to imagine that they crossed to the other side here and tried to play the flash when the wall gets baited. So YOU's going to try and bait the wall. There's the wall bait. He fucked it up! He fucked it up! He got stuck on the wrong side of it! He got the kill out the back of it! YOU fucked up the wall bait, beefed his movement, got stuck on the wrong side of it, and went 1 for 1. They weren't swinging because they didn't think he would fuck up the movement. They thought wall goes up and it's safe for us to be able to cross. But actually, YOU beefed, but it gave him a kill. 在一个小废物的位置，能不能架死 Happy 伟远点夹住了康康，而且两侧的配合再躲闪。3v3. Does Raga hear these players going heaven? I don't think so. Yeah, and they can't get the spray down either. Oh my god, Happy Way is shooting. And that snake bite is good. And Smoggy's so weak, he's on 30 health. One bullet. He can't even tap right now. And he's given away his position. Nice. Another big Happy Way round. Great round from Happy Way. Look at that. He fucks up the movement. They flash. They actually even use the salvo. It's not even like they were oblivious to him being caught on that side of the wall. And that's what the flash is so good at. That flash, when you use it, tells you which side of the wall they're on. I missed that. I wasn't thinking about them using that flash for info about which side of the wall they're on. I was thinking about them using that flash to refight after they had tucked somebody in this corner. And they still ended up losing a player. Shishu gets caught there on an eco round, trying to find a pick and then escape into hookah. Kang, he is heating up. This series started slow from Kang, and then once he got to like the end of Lotus, he's been on fire. He's ripping people apart. He's 24-11, I think. They almost lined up. They're winning this round, aren't they? Oh, that's so much damage on Coconut. Nice coverage from YOU. Only down to Smoggy, and he doesn't have the weaponry for this. XLG have recovered it. 9-9. 9-9. EDG have a decent chance of going home here. This is live. Sugas. If the flash is too high, it could catch people behind the wall still. Yes, it could. So you have to be careful with the positioning of it. Running ads on round 18? Oh fuck, sorry. I keep forgetting to run the adverts in the halftime break. Monkey Milo, thank you for the 100 bits.
The happy way guy gets poached by some team with more money than 11 Lay Gaming.
11 Lay Gaming.
Or JDG because funny XTD.
No. Happy Way is not getting poached by fucking Thai glue. It's not happening. It's not happening. Jacob Lo-Fi, thank you for the new tier 1 sub as well 8 minutes ago. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Sorry for running the adverts, everybody. I was trying to keep the adverts to the halftime breaks and stuff, but I just forgot because I got sucked into this game so much. Oh, the whiff from nobody. I mean, if you're going to play on such a donkey angle, you have to hit the shot. Absolutely crazy angle, man. Oh, they're doing it. They're going home. EDG are going home. Raga even pulling aggro on that boombot for YOU, so they're baiting into the sky. The economy is bad here as well, so they're going to have to save. They're getting close to big ultimates, right? I'm overreacting. It actually isn't one for XLG yet. We've got Ray's ult, Viper ult, and those are probably the only ults that are going to be online before the end of the game. Maybe they'll get up to Gecko because Gecko charges quickly when you're getting plants. But actually, the ult cycle coming online for EDG, oh my god, and Chichu saving his gun.
Win was a fluke, but no one's asking if Winford, Bradford, Rutherford's Piston Cup win was a fluke. Open your eyes, people.
Yeah, open your fucking eyes, sheeple. Open your eyes, sheeple.
我觉得一定要提的还是确实 ，Nobody 现在在前点的这个位置哦，可能有的时候选位会比较激进一些。这个
my bloody camera.
这个阵容是
Hello?
就他们是我们刚刚
There we
说
go.
他们很全面，但是很
Okay.
理想，他们要所有人联动起来，所以少一
So,
环对于他们来说
economy stressed for EDG. Ults, though, about to go crazy for EDG. So, very difficult to predict which way this game is going to go. XLG are obviously in the best position right now. But if EDG can get their feet underneath them without using every ult they have, I mean, even if they did use every ult they have, they're about to get more. Where is the wall? Oh, it's here. It's the normal... No? Where is the wall? Oh, the wall's at short this time. Sorry. So they've put the vice wall over towards short. But it feels like the vice wall is B long. Because they're like, you know, breaking util, that kind of stuff, slowing them down over here. It is the strong side of the site, the strong side of the map. They have 3 over here. Dude, Kang is doing everything he can. What the fuck is that for? Why have you just used... Okay, but... They only have pistols. Can Chichu clean up? No, because Coconut didn't get caught by it. Coconut didn't get caught by the Visal and is now running in to take a fair duel against Chichu. So Chichu has to back up. Do they have util to get through the choke? Oh my god, Smoggy! What is that spray transfer? That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing from Coconut onto Viva there, was it? No, it wasn't. Whatever. From Coconut onto... YOU, forgot his name. That's crazy good. Crazy good. But they didn't have flashes left to be able to pop through the B smoke. Still don't think that nobody's utility was good there, but it didn't matter. And they actually didn't have to use very many ults either. They only had to use 1 ult. Now their economy is a bit more stable. They can afford to lose another round. It now looks like EDG are the ones who are going to win this map. So the Vice wall is getting changed up a lot over here. They're checking whether anybody's scaling Hookah, and that allows them to not have to worry about Hookah too much. Because they threw the knife through the teleporter to get info whether somebody's like, you know, on this kind of angle. So now these 2 players are able to hold over towards here fairly easily, EDG. And the trap is all around short. And again, EDG get their value by just taking fights. And they've done a lot of damage. 3 HP Raga survives with there. Nobody should still be able to do crazy plant denial. Tap, that draws out the... Oh, but Chishu also swings on it. Viva did a nice job of baiting it out, but wasn't ready for the Chishu swing. EDG have realized that if they just hold these, like, triple face angle fights, they are actually better players. Like, they're better fraggers than the XLG players. So if they don't allow it to become a big macro exec war, oh, I think Smoggy can just send that through. They have ults to deny as well. It's not possible for Raga to win this. Yeah, the whole site is blocked by that. Checkmate, I'm afraid. That's about the best scenario that Raga could have hoped for there, is drawing out that Brim ultimate, though. Because XLG's economy is still fine, and now the ults are more even. They just have to avoid losing this round, because if XLG lose this round, their eco is now fucked as well. They need to be wary of stuff like this. They need to be using flashes on situations like this, because EDG are fighting such forward angles.
康康的整个操作已经没有任何问题了，第一时间解决掉 A 小，第二时间用自己的完颜火去给到浴室侧非常大的压力，把时间也给压缩住了。终于把 EDG 耗倒了，只剩下了一个。
They're about to get up to the KO ult.
接下来进攻要来了啊！
But they still have Teo. Teo is good for plant denial. Teo can actually be good for some other stuff as well. Teo can be good for forcing people out into bad angles. Are they going for a reclear here? What are they going for? Yeah. Reclear onto Raga. Good. Nice. Okay. Comboing the rays with the missiles to be able to clear a player that had potentially been inserted in there. And Raga was inserted and was punished. Does Kankang think that this is now free? That Boombot is going to catch on to him, isn't it? Yeah, it does. It catches onto Coconut, but they spam out Kankang. A lucky play. Give me one moment, love. Oh my god, they're just winning. They are so... I mean, they are so clutch. They're dragging this game out. You going to the doctor? Okay, cool. Fine. When you make sure you take keys, because when you come back, I want to go in the shopping mall or something.
因为他很怕，不知道拐角有没有人，这个闪更是让 Coconut 惊出一身冷汗啊！
前两天我们也看到那个黑背的真正的高质量1打5，我们其实很期待这样的画面。
EDG are finding it within them to be able to clutch out these rounds by playing a lot better than their average in the most important moments. I mean, it's 15 seconds left. Does it matter? I mean, the economy is so... I don't know, 123? Honestly, Coconut might not buy armor here again. Keep 123 armor and then drop for a teammate. One of these guys is going to be able to buy something shit, and the others, because they're on such a losing bonus, should still be able to cobble together something.
对2楼的，然后小黑屋的，其实他们都能够做到说基本完美的覆盖，
逼对方的前点站位嘛，就让你前点站不住。然后
Oh man.
看到的就是
Oh, they didn't spam Kankang fully through the smoke. They spammed him into the open and then killed him from long. Right. The EDG players, though, they are turning up at the end here. On an individual level. I mean, look at the kills here of Viva, you, and Coconut. They've got like none. It's round 23 and none of them have hit double digits. Apart from Happy Way and Raga. They need help. They need help. You gotta start shooting back. This is your chance. Take down the champs winners. Get it to OT. Deep wall again. Deep wall, double thorns, flash. This wall just for info this time. So previously they had the flash here and they were doing some kind of like, you know, trap play. Probably going to cross into the corner. This time it's just an info wall. But it's letting them stack 4 players over towards here on A. Can XLG get any kind of read out of this? He did rebuy armor, by the way. He rebought armor, so they have Guardian, Bulldog, and Judge. Is it worth rebuying armor at 123 anymore? When you can't get 124 by a Phantom? Oh, wow, you just walked into that. Okay, Coconut. They've got no time, though. Oh my god, Smoggy is farming. He's just absolutely farming. It's a 1v2 and Smoggy's weak. You have to bait this out from Smoggy. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, Happyway went for the play at the end. He realized that the Vice was creeping up on him. NT, but Happyway and Raga needed some fucking help at the end there. They needed some goddamn help. The EDG players just turned up into a different gear at the end. They just turned into a different beast. Smoggy was pounding everybody. Look at that. Look at that. Onto Raga. Raga doesn't confidently swing around the corner, so he's like wallbanging him, tickling him. Smoggy just turns around and swats him like a fly. Oh my god, that could have been it. That could have been it. Possibly should have been it. The ults, though, ended up saving EDG when their economy was low. When we got to like 10-10. And they were able to turn the tide with better rifling. Run an advert? I actually can't run an advert right now because I just ran one recently. No? Wait, what's going on here? It says I'm not logged in on Twitch. That's weird. What's going on here? Okay. It just isn't linked to Twitch for some reason. Okay. That worked. So now, does it work? If I click the button? Yeah, okay, now it works. That's crazy. I have not clicked that run an advert button all day. They've just been running automatically all day, which means they've been running at terrible times all day. Oh, God, that one was close. That one was close. I'm here now. We can talk about glue sniffing or whatever weird stuff now. I didn't even realize that Viva died to the Tehold in the middle of one of those rounds. Fuck, dude. That was close. Okay, I'm going to have another thing of mini cheddars because I'm addicted and they do have Coke in them, yeah.
Read TMV's message XTD.
When do I get my cut of the co-stream videos? Your cut? You can have a profit share if you like. My YouTube channel makes no profit, so there'll be nothing to give you, but, you know, that's a classic Hollywood tactic. They didn't mean that one? Oh, which one? What was he saying before that? What's he saying? What's this little fucker saying? I can't even see him in my chat. Wasn't worth even with 124. Is that what you mean? Magnum, thank you for the raid. What's up? Hello, hello. You playing ranked or something? What were you up to? Chichu, more like glue. No body, more like no brain. Smoggy, more like sniffy. Simon, more like pieman. Kang is still good, though. How dare you say that at the end of Bind here, where everybody, other than Simon, kind of turned up and went crazy. Actually, maybe nobody was still sniffing some glue. They were losing at the time. Right. You said that when they were playing badly in the like middle of Bind or something? Your game the game you're streaming on YouTube is Counter-Strike. You know it does that automatically. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it still thinks I'm streaming TF2. I don't know how. I don't set the game that I'm streaming on YouTube. You set it on Twitch, you don't set it on YouTube. You can override though, can't you? I mean, maybe if I cared, I don't care. It says CSGO. That is so weird.
The worst part is that TMV had an opportunity to make a Genshin reference with Paimon, and he blew it XTD.
I would suspect that TMV is not a gacha game player. I would suspect TMV has never heard of Paimon. The AI-generated summary said you were talking about League of Legends. Okay. The AI-generated summary is talking about the chat, I think. Not about me. But also, can we try and manipulate the AI chat summary for a moment? Can I get everybody in YouTube to just spam a fuck League of Legends real quick? Just any kind of disparaging remark about League of Legends would be lovely. That's exactly what I'm after. And then when new people come in, they'll see. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go, there we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And now we wait a while, and suddenly Google's AI is going to be like, damn, this game is bad. Lol, more like ass. Yeah, you really got him there, Jack. League is so ass. Like, what the fuck is a faker? Haha. Oh, I haven't told you this story yet. So my parents for Christmas got given a tube. It looked like a whiskey bottle tube, but it was a murder mystery. So the idea is that you open it up, you have like 6, 7, 8 people over at your house, and each one of them gets assigned a character, and each one of them, you know, there are different scenarios, and in one of the scenarios, one of them is a murderer, in another scenario, the other is a murderer. It's like a real-life version of Clue, where you're like role-playing, okay? So they allocated the characters, and we played it New Year's Eve. Allocated the characters at random. I open my character, and it says, dude, I wish I had it somewhere around still. It says, you are an esports athlete, a Canadian esports athlete called like Hyunjun Min or something like that. You have dark hair and glasses. If you need costume ideas, look up Faker online. Your parents wanted you to be a doctor, but you ended up going into esports. I was like, this shit is rigged. This shit is insanely rigged. And then my wife got one that was like, you are a crystal guru. Which, I mean, I don't know how much you know about B, but she's been getting more into like spirituality stuff recently, and so she's been going down that pipeline as well. So we just got, it was crazy. It was so rigged. Life is just a simulation. It said the character was moody and didn't want to talk to anybody unless it was talking about Wargaming 2, which he had won. He was a back-to-back-to-back champion 3 times in a row of Wargaming 2.
Hope this joke cheers up your day. What's the difference between Wuhan and Vegas? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Ha 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 ha.
Now, why is that a particularly funny joke, Ninja Maleficent? Is that just bringing that up because we're watching VCT China? It's not even a funny joke. It's not even a funny joke if it wasn't designed to literally just be xenophobic because we're watching VCT China. -2 from you. -2 from you. Gone Rome, thank you for the 53 months. What does -2 mean? Just a bad joke. A bad bit. What was the other thing about the character? I can't remember. Anyway, you reminded me of it because I was thinking about my similarities to Faker, of which I have many.
状态还能不能够稳定住？因为刚才你也说了，打到这个时候，对于双方的体力都消耗很大。
对，
那么这样一个强进攻，移突的压力可是拉满了。
是的。
Is Faker bald? I bought a wig. I bought myself a... So the wig was labeled either a Beatles wig or BTS wig. I bought it online and it said, this is for role-playing as either Beatles or BTS. And then I wore some glasses that didn't have any lenses in them. I was going crazy. What era of the Beatles? I don't fucking know. Do you have the wig? Yeah, somewhere. I don't know where it is, though. It would take me a while to find it. Alright, what we got here, then? Standard comp from EDG. Kankang on the jet. Chishu. I mean, just all the most standard roles you could get for EDG. Pretty much the same on the other side, except Raga playing the Neon.
What's the difference between Sideshow and Vegas? Vegas isn't some ball beach Gotham.
That was... I mean, that's not even a joke. That's not a +2. That's not a +2. Actually, you know what? I think I do have a photo on my phone of my dressing up as Faker. Do I have one on my phone? Yes, oh my god, I do.
先来看一下 EDG 率先来到的是进攻边啊，那他们在这张地图里面重新选择回了截锋，这个可能会更加传统。Me
and my wife, I don't know if you can see it, but I'm in my Leviathan jersey with the fucking wig on and my glasses. And then there's B next to me as a spiritual guru.
XLG 在 A 点。
I mean, I don't look anything like Faker. They told me to wear, like, a jacket like Faker wears, right? Because they wear the, like, what are they called? Like, League of Legends tends to wear more of the, like, jacket look rather than the jersey look. But, yeah, the wig didn't exactly fall in the same style. Like, I don't want Faker to ever see that, okay? I imagine that would be insulting. Windbreakers? Yeah, the like Windbreaker varsity jacket kind of look. It told me to wear one of those and I was like, nah, fuck it, I'll just wear one of my actual esports jerseys. Leviathan Harry Egg Faker. Oh, the aggression when they realize that the retake's coming through. Pushing out aggressively. Go on, Raga. Nah, Simon killed them both. With 10 HP left. I'm so fucking annoyed. EDG are like leveling up. They're remembering how to play Valorant. We're watching them level up. XLG have got such nice ideas of being able to generate the first pick, and EDG keep winning 4v5s against them. That is nice shooting, though, from Simon at the end there.
我们可以看到世纪这边的这个表情也是如释重负啊。
第一下抬手是，哎呦 ，Raga 杀起来了。第二下，哦呦
，Simon 杀回来了
啊 ！EDG 首阳局55啊，哇，今天 EDG 的首tháng胜率非常高啊。
What movie is it where they're like, he's remembered? Oh, it's Hook. Where Robin Williams is playing Peter Pan, and he can't remember how to fly or fight with a sword. Because he's spent too much time away from Neverland. And then he fights against the crow guy. Are you guys not hook-pilled? It's an amazing movie. It's an awesome movie. I thought it was The Matrix. Nah, I wasn't thinking about The Matrix. I was definitely thinking about Hook. Rufio! Rufio! Dude, Rufio, I forgot about that. Oh, what a movie. What a great movie. The food fight scene was like my dream as a child as well. Unk showing his old. I mean, me showcasing that you all had fucking bad childhoods. That's all I'm saying. You're missing out as children. I mean, half of you probably still are children. Get watching it. It's a great child's show. You'll love it. Anyway, EDG reminded me of Peter Pan here. They're remembering. They're remembering how to fly and crow. Hook did nothing wrong. Hook did nothing wrong? He kidnapped their child and tried to raise it as his own and gaslight it into hating its own father. How are you giving me the hook did nothing wrong take? And based? What are you What are you talking about? Car phones don't exist anymore. It is a bit dated. Yeah, it is a bit dated. But it's a great movie. Didn't Peter Pan kidnap the Lost Boys? No, but they were all children who all agreed to make questionable decisions, lacking, I would say, Gillick competence to be able to do so. But at the end of the day, they're all kids, aren't they? So I don't think it was a grooming situation.
P yourself off as XDD Faker, on the other hand, though.
What is XDD Faker? Is that another one of the terrible rat cat emotes? They are walking up B here, looking to see if they can get a pick. What the fuck is that emote? That is XDD Faker is terrible. How do you make the XDD emotes worse? He was more of a cult leader than a groomer? Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Oh, picking the timing, going to try to take the fight. These are the kind of rounds that work for EDG. Oh my god, look at... The aggression is working. The aggression is working! EDG are just playing at a higher tempo. XLG can't really keep up. Every time EDG swing into them, XLG are not ready to take the fight. They're not as talented and skilled, and Kang is running over them. Champs EDG, they're remembering again. Aren't Pinocchio and Peter Pan linked? I don't think so. Not as far as I'm aware. Oh, XLG had an opportunity to win before Kang came online. Actually, that's not even true. Kang was online map too. If EDG can win in under 21.5 rounds, that would be awesome. What? Oh, the fucking... The gambling gooners are here. They're both made of wood? Peter Pan is not made of wood. Peter Pan is like bricked up for Wendy, but he's not... Actually, that's so fucking weird. He's a child that can't grow up. I mean, that's just odd what I said there. That's very strange. We'll not go there. I mean, they're both grown adults in Hook, which is where my head was, but like that's just wrong in any other interpretation of Peter Pan. That was... I can only apologize for that one. What's the overall highest amount of kills in a single year? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I saw the Disney Peter Pan a few years ago. It's so horrifically racist. I haven't watched that movie in probably 20 years. I do remember it had very stereotypical representations of the American Indians. Which I think is the better term to refer to them as the Native Americans. I was reading a while back, but maybe not. Okay, 4-0 up, but this is how Lotus began. And XLG still managed to win there. Product of its time? I mean, all Disney movies are products of their time. Of course they are. I think the Disney approach to things is not bad, really, where they go back and they say, like, they don't edit it out, basically. When they remaster them and they release them, they don't tend to edit them out. They tend to put, like, a disclaimer at the beginning, like, with the modern context, we kind of are aware that this has racist depictions in it. I think they've edited a couple things out. Like, I think there was some, I think the song at the beginning of Aladdin had something in it that they edited out, but I can't remember.
XLG 这次改变了一下策略，他们没有再把 Raga 一个人放在了 C 点，反而是最经典的双先锋配合上自己的决斗，先让决斗这把明狙能够继续去扩大地图控制面积。是的，而且因为
I remember seeing it at the beginning of Aladdin, I think. Some kind of disclaimer like that.
所以得先把飞机交了。你看，求无人机能看到吗？没看到。 但是呢，这样一个阴暗的调整，让对方的信息获取有问题了。
Nice. Okay, Aftershock to force Raga out onto the angle. He takes the fight instead of trying to get away with his wall. And they get the punish. This is bad for XLG. This is very bad for XLG.
前点没有站人，很有可能前面有个口袋在等自己的。对，所以技能已经投入这么多了，如果掉了减员就很难。哎，贴到脸上。 Coconut 手里满技能，但是他没有放技能的 timing。看 timing， 看 timing。哎呦，球球顶过来了，球球可能要被卡住了，翻不了。Coconut 瞬间转身90度，没问题，成功的站住了巨刃。哎，标悬空，面前是一把狙，然后呢，两人有拉的机会。穿板还是成功的命中了 YOU 啊，也没有说全空，就是飙到了非常残一个血量嘛。对啊，那。
I'm losing hope for XLG at a rapid rate. My adrenaline from the end of Bind is deflating into a crash. EDG just look a bit too good right now. They've got good game plans at the beginning of rounds, and then they're so clean at closing them out. It feels like GG. Ah, they cut off your ear if they don't like your face. It's barbaric, but hey, it's home. That's what was edited out. I think they, yeah, because they kept it. The one they replaced it with was. Oh, I can't remember.
全力模式了啊，他非常的严谨，这个 A 前链的技能给的，对，没有任何的漏洞，而且这一分打完了以后是一个双大招在手啊，下一分整个的一个压力还是会给的很足。
I can't remember. The problem is as well, it's a banging song. It's so well, like, it's got such a great vibe about it, and the music is beautiful. But yeah, I don't think even when I was young that I remember it having that line in it. Where it's flat and immense and the heat is intense, yes. There you go. Is that word a slur? What, barbaric? I mean, I wouldn't consider it a slur, I don't think, but it's been used historically to just put down other people, like the non-civilized, basically, you know, any people that are saying that think that they are civilized and the other people are not civilized, despite the fact that they are often in colonizing times, the people who are calling the other people savages or barbarians are the ones that are going there, murdering them and stealing their resources and acting in horrible kinds of ways to them. But I don't know whether I'd really consider it a slur, because I mean barbaric can also be used for things that aren't human. People would use barbaric to mean like as a hyperbolic for other things too. They're just owning them. They're just absolutely owning them.
对，最后就是枪没有完全稳住那一瞬间啊，就是这一分从前点的一个对枪，包括毒徒的理解。
Yeah, I mean, Pocahontas literally has a song titled Savages. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because it's been many years since I watched Pocahontas, but I believe the point of the song Savages is that it shows the white people shouting savages or something, and then they're the ones acting like savages. From my recollection, is it not supposed to be like exactly the point that you're talking about, where it highlights the hypocrisy of the situation? That's very different to Aladdin just being like, dude, they got crazy laws over there. They cut off your ear for fucking stealing stuff. They're barbarians.
也没有完全锁死。
对，蛮伤的。开局把自己的这个终极技能交出来，甚至他都没有做到最基础的说，可能说拖延对手进攻节奏。
对，
也没有能够起到这样的作用。
车库半线已经掉了，现在 B 点的话是
But it's been a long time since I watched the movie Pocahontas, so I might be getting it very wrong.
已经都在面前了，他现在的判断地方到底在哪儿？
跳进来了，应该听到声音。
Oh, at least they trade it 4v4. Why are you hiding in backside with no possibility for support? No sucker. Just one sucker. It's over. This game is so over. XLG are just getting boomed out here. They have breach or they have Soverall. You're not winning this. They have a reflank as well. Oh, this is sad. This is so sad. Oh no. When did Haven become a Cypher is better than Killjoy map? Honestly, the very beginning of the game, people were mostly using Cypher on this map. And then when Killjoy got released, it was also when Astra was super powerful. So Astra Killjoy was amazing to use together. Then Killjoy kind of became the default for a while, and now most people are running Cypher. There's just so much you can do with the Cypher cam compared to the Killjoy turret. On the attack side, even on the defense side, you can get like deeper setups. And when you're trying to flood defend, it's actually better to have the Cypher cages and the traps, so you know where is safe on the sites. Whereas if you're trying to hard defend the sites, if we go into a very defense-sided meta, Killjoy might return. But these teams are not even playing Astra on this map, right? So they're not even opting into hard defending the sites. When the turret got nerfed? Yeah, I mean, the turret nerf also really did make a big difference, because you used to be able to cover all of this on the attack side. Like, easily. I suppose you still can if you get the turret in the right position, but... It doesn't seem as good.
Xylay glooming XTD.
I mean, you can still do turrets that cover Garage and C, though. And the Cypher trips have been nerfed recently as well, after their buff. But the Cypher buffs were crazy. And they're still good. Come in, thank you for the 100 bits. Xylay Glue Gaming. Bit of a stretch. Bit of a stretch. XL Glue? XL Glue works a bit better. Rather than glue aiming. Main, thank you for the prime. If this is a 13-0 and it reawakens EDG and they go through a run in the lower bracket and win the finals, I'm gonna be so pissed. This feels like the kind of match that wakes EDG up from their slumber. To reference Aladdin again. You have awoken me from my slumber. And XLG get their eternal reward. Yep, both timeouts used for the first 8 rounds. XLG desperately need to win the last 4. And probably the pistol to have a chance here. Hello, first time viewer here. Just started following VCT and started listening to my first plant chat. Well, we watched some good games earlier today. But unfortunately, I'm now flat and deflated because we're watching the team that I was hoping would win, XLG, currently get their booties spanked. I just don't believe in them in any of these rounds. The EDG players are running like any individual moment. The EDG players are cooking. They're teleporting on the top, just completely.
What would you even do with that stuff? Actually, wait, don't answer that because you have no filter for the voices in your head.
11 liters of glue. What do they use glue for? Glue must also be a component in other chemical processes, right? Oh, Chichu is... Look, I mean, look at it! Look at it! Look at the skill difference! Oh, no! They pissed off EDG! Oh, no! Oh, no! They're getting rocked. Yeah, that did look like a skin showcase clip. I'm afraid EDG might be back. The difference between EDG on, like, the last half of Bind, or the last quarter of Bind, and then all of Haven, it's like watching them at Champs instead of watching them in the off-season. As soon as you guaranteed EDG was not winning this tournament, they woke up. Yeah, they had... Yeah. Oh, they put the drone on top of the... Oh, possible whiff? No. No. Coconut needs to hit one. Coconut with a big shot. Wait, this is it. This is the round win. No! No! What are you thinking about? No! 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 Why are you getting caught with the utility out? Keep your guns out, you crazy maniacs. CDG are the most confident they've ever been in their entire lives. Of course they're just gonna try to walk at you with guns. Viva, brand new player for XLG. One of the more skilled players on the roster. Oh, he's nowhere near. He's nowhere near. He was shooting at cock height, 3 meters away from nobody. It was not even close. It's so over. It's so over. And you know what the worst part of this is? XLG are going to win around somewhere so that TMV can't even make a 13-0 video.
EDG man, please stop. You've proven your point. You're still the top team in China. Please man, these players have families.
Stop. They're already dead. You're 10 up. You've already won. Please. This is not a 13-0. I'm sorry, it just isn't. I've seen games like this before. EDG are just gonna... Oh my god. I mean, look, this is the confidence diff. I mean, this is 11-0. This is not a 13-0. This isn't beating a dead horse. You're melting that horse down into glue for XLG to sniff. Yeah, I mean, I don't think XLG are even glue sniffing here. I think they're just getting utterly outclassed by an amazing EDG. They're just losing every single fight, every single timing. They've given their opponents too much confidence and they can't stop them. It's a runaway freight train. We've had like 10 13-0s in VCT history. 10? I don't think it's been 10, has it? I know the Pacific's had a bunch. I don't think there's been one this season, though. Oh, and it's over. It's fucking over. 12-0. It's over. XLG, you can't hit a shot? Why would you opt into the triple stack? I mean, I guess they're not expecting everybody on EDG to be there, to be fair. Go on, Coconut. Win a 1v5. Fuck me, I guess. 13-0. Go on, win the pistol. Win the pistol. They're going to throw the bloody pistol, aren't they? So TMV can't even make his video. I could probably fit this entire game into a YouTube short now that they've stretched it out to 3 minutes. These are the kind of rounds that EDG were winning even when XLG were playing better.
Reminder. Loud flattened EG 13-0 on Pearl 2 years. And then look what happened. Surely the same happens to 11-liter gluers, right? Clueless.
11-liter gluers is a great name for this team. But they're not. They're not glue eaters. These guys are good. XLG are good. They've just run out of gas and been fucking plowed by the... Yeah, by the unstoppable force that is a pissed off EDG. What do you say as a coach? GG, go next. Honestly, if you want a serious answer, if you're the coach of XLG right now, you don't allow them to complain or think about anything other than the pistol round. You just go, guys, remember the pistol round. This is what we're doing. I want you here. I want you here. Come on, focus up, hit the shots, win the pistol round. And you literally just, all you talk about is the pistol round here. Give them it as much detail, hammer it into their head, go over it over and over and over again, and hope that they'll be able to carry that forwards. Because if you start focusing for a moment on, like, you can still win this, the players are like, no, we fucking can't. You have to take it one round at a time and just focus on telling them about the pistol round and how to win the pistol round over and over again. Maybe you tell them about bonus round as well. Like at the end of the timeout, like in these last final 30 seconds, you say something like, and remember, bonus round, when we win the pistol, bonus round is this. Come on, boys. And then just leave it. Hey, Sacho, first time viewer, just wanted to say how much I hate your content. Oh, that's funny, because you've got a very similar name to one of my mods. I should make sure that I ban you just in case people get confused. Nobody is smurfing? Oh, I mean, no. I mean, he's just too good. He's just owned him immediately. This oh, Coconut, you look lost, bro. You look lost. You now have to win a 3v5 to avoid getting 13-0'd. It's embarrassing. Oh, no! A 1v4. It's over. It's a 13-0. TMV can make a YouTube video. I mean, that is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Kang Kang looks back. EDG look back. They never even let XLG play Haven. Not for one round did they get to play Haven. Actually, that's not even true. There were like a couple of moments where it looked like they were going to win a round, and then they just got walked on by EDG. There's so much confidence. They could have won on bind, man. They could have 2-0'd. And then they... As soon as they got close, as soon as they got to 10 rounds, and EDG were 2 rounds away from being eliminated, EDG woke up. They came out of hibernation and turned into a savage bear. EDG won 17 rounds in a row. Yeah, different team. Different team.
You know the old adage. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And EDG making their lower bracket runs to an international? Oh yes.
Yeah. I think I said they're not winning the tournament maybe 2 rounds before, maybe even the round before they went on their 17-round streak. Balatro before EMEA? No, I have to go shopping and I want to go to the gym. So I gotta go and do that. Otherwise, my wife will be frustrated with me. Oh god. They got 4 in a row. They got 4 in a row at the end of bind, and then they got 13 in a row here. So they got 17 rounds in a row. Going to Waitrose? No, I'm not going to fucking Waitrose. I'm going to Tesco. You're a streamer? Yeah. I'm a streamer, and I'm also in charge of looking after the house for today. Also, don't forget coffee. I'm not. No, I'm not. She's already out. I don't need to get coffee. Okay. Well, we're not waiting for an interview or anything like that, so I think it's time to wrap things up. I will be back for EMEA later on. I know that Mimi wanted to watch EMEA with us later too.
I bet you sneer at Tesco Value and Cream over Tesco Finest.
Not true, but I do buy some Tesco Finest stuff. But also, that's not fucking Tory.
Waitrose is far too middle CL, he gets his produce by just taking it out of the shopping carts of the elderly.
Stealing from the elderly is actually a Labour strategy at the moment, so wouldn't even be Tory of me. Thank you for the 100 bits. Right. Yeah, Mimi wanted to watch with us, and I assume that some of the others will be around as well, like TMV, like Bren, maybe. So I'll see you in 2 hours. Is it really only 2 hours until EMEA? I can't go shopping and go to the gym in that time. How does Sliggy live his life? I don't get it.
I bet he spits on the reduce aisle.
How does he live a functional life? He doesn't go outside? Fuck off, he doesn't go outside. Have you seen the... Dude, have you seen how fucking massive Sliggy looked on our episode this week?
A better one. What do you call a fake noodle?
He doesn't have a home gym. What's right? Here's a better one. What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. That's a better joke, Ninja. That's a better joke. Sliggy has become a big guy. Like, let me show you. Let me show you. Plaid Chat Valorant. This week, live streamed 1 day ago. Look at this fucking unit. Look at it, look at his fucking arms. They're bigger than his head. I don't know what the rest of his body looks like under that black tee, but like, he's big. He's actually big. Are you saying that Sliggy got big for us? He did. He did. And you're telling me this guy doesn't go outside? Look at his arms. He's a fucking unit. He's been at the gym. He must have been gymming whilst he was co-streaming. Like, massively. How does he have the time? Every eco win, he does 10 push-ups. It's crazy.
I asked Sliggy about this. He just said for the past 3 years every time Paper X throw around, he does a single push-up.
It's just all tricep. He's on the juice. Yeah. Okay. God, that'd be so funny if Sliggy was on. That'd be so funny. That'd be so fucking funny if Sliggy was on roids and he was still this calm and reasonable. That. Okay. Who are we sending you to? I don't even know. Let's send you to Chobra. Is Chobra going to stay online until EMEA? What's he doing? I assume Chobra is going to be online until EMEA. We'll send you to Will, and then he can send you somewhere else if, you know, if he wants to. All right. And I'll see you in a couple hours. All right. See you in a few hours, everybody. We might have too many people in this Discord call later on. We'll see.